spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Senate is set to start the process of examining the impeachment of Isiolo Governor Abdi Guyo following charges laid by members of the Isiolo County Assembly. Senate Speaker Amason Kingi has convened a special sitting this morning to hear the accusations brought against Governor Guyo. The House will then determine whether to establish an 11-member special committee to investigate the matter and report back within 10 days, or alternatively to require the governor's appearance before the full Senate in plenary. Governor Guyo was impeached last Thursday when the County Assembly passed a motion calling for his removal. Among the charges laid by was Guyo's alleged failure to meet revenue targets, despite Isiolo County receiving the third lowest revenue allocation nationally. He was also criticized for maintaining an inflated executive structure, reportedly comprising 36 advisors and 31 chief officers. The government has shut down 35 hospitals over share fraud. Speaking on Sunday during a funds drive at Tomboya Labour College in Kisumu County, Health CS Aden Duale issued a stern warning to private health facilities defrauding the Social Health Authority Fund. Duale, who was accompanied by Energy CS Opiyo Andai, National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, and other leaders, disclosed that some hospitals were converting outpatient claims into inpatient ones to inflate claim amounts, coercing medical staff to admit patients unnecessarily and exaggerating bed capacities. He warned doctors and healthcare providers against sharing or misusing SHA pre-authorization codes to steal from the fund, and confirmed that 7 private hospitals in Kisumu had already been shut down.
Nimefunga mahospitali hapa Kisumu, mutasikia karibu 7. Nimefunga Bungoma, nimefunga Busia, nimefunga Nairobi, nimefunga Kilifi, nimefunga Mandera, nimefunga Wajia, nimefunga Kajiado, hospitali 35. Uko na kitanda 14 na wewe unasema uko na vitanda kwa hospitali yako 100.
Former Interior CS Fred Matiang'i has called for national unity and dialogue in response to the growing economic hardships and political unrest experienced across the country. Speaking in Thika, Matiang'i decried the rising cost of living, the destruction of property during protests, and attempts by political leaders to divide Kenyans along tribal and partisan lines.
Our leaders, particularly our leaders in government, who are the ones who have consequential convening power, are the only ones who can put people together in the manner in which even civic leaders are suggesting, so that we can focus on the solutions to the challenges and the problems that we are dealing with. But it cannot be that, when something happens like happened last Wednesday, we now begin saying things that are very interesting. Honestly speaking, it's so difficult to even try to repeat some of the things I'm hearing. How can you say, now we are talking about one community, or saying, the people who were on the streets came from Muranga and Nyeri?
Matiang'i also backed calls by the clergy for a national conversation and warned that the ongoing hardships were being exploited by some politicians to incite division and chaos.
And personally, I associate myself with the remarks and the position that has been taken by the religious leaders in this country, private sector groups that are saying the same thing as we are saying, namely that our country is headed the wrong direction. And then this is not rocket science. You don't need a PhD from Harvard to know we are headed the wrong direction. You can see it. It's written all over the place. And in saying so, we are saying this is a patriotic moment. It's a moment for all of us to cross ranks. Wacha tuweke kando hata hiyo mambo ingine yote, siasa nini. We're talking about uchaguzi is 25 or 26 months away.
A heat wave continues to grip large parts of Europe, with authorities in many countries issuing health warnings amid searing temperatures. Southern Spain is the worst affected region, with temperatures in the mid-40s Celsius recorded in Seville and neighboring areas. A new heat record for June of 46 degrees Celsius was set on Saturday in the town of El Granado, according to Spain's National Weather Service, which also said this month is on track to be the hottest June on record. Red heat warnings are in force in parts of Portugal, Italy and Croatia, with numerous amber warnings covering areas of Spain, France, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Hungary, Serbia, Slovenia and Switzerland. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that I hate in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
Good morning and welcome to Monday. Let's take a quick look at what it looks like on these streets this morning. Likely see very little movement at this time as we get into a new day, into a new week. A quick look at what's coming off of the Thika Superhighway, and as usual, we will see that traffic starts to build as you come in from that Roiru interchange, getting through towards Githurai, and then as you get out towards the Thika Superhighway, we'll probably see some of that moving. But we're not seeing too much of a hold-up, at least not for now. Pangani underpass, always with some traffic here and there, and that's likely to be busier as we get into the morning, but nothing to worry about, at least not for now. We're also seeing some movement starting to form on Jogo Road right around now this morning, and it's also quite busy on Kangunda Road. As you get towards the city via Mombasa Road, you're doing okay for now. The Southern Bypass looks good as it does on Gong Road right now. Not much happening at this point. Let's see what Monday has in store. We'll be here for it. Let us know what's going on where you are. We want to keep things moving this morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And it's good morning, very, very good morning to everybody. It's what? It's the 30th of June already, and June like that is over. It's one of those months that has one of those months that has 30 days. Good morning, Dan Aseto.
Good morning, Okoh.
How are you this morning?
Okoh.
Ezio Kubundu Okoh. Yes. Ezio Kubundu Ifoma. Uche Chukuka.
Uche Chukuka.
Pole basi. Uche Chukuka.
Uche Chukuka.
Yeah.
Salama?
Nico Salama.
How's your weekend?
It was all right.
It was a cold weekend.
It was actually pretty cold. Yeah, it was cold. I admit to that. It was cold. I had socks on yesterday, so that's how you know.
See, if Ndu admits it's cold, it's cold.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If I say that I'm actually feeling cold, just know that tumefika hapo.
Tumefika hapo.
Yes. Did you have a good weekend?
I did.
You did?
I did, my lady.
Oh, well done. And what about you, sir, Monsieur Lupin?
Oh, had a fantastic weekend.
Really?
Can't complain.
Very good.
It was great. You know what it is when you spend time with family, friends, doing one thing or two here and there. But the weekend was great.
Fantastic.
Though so brief.
Yeah, I know, it was quite short. Just when you knew it was Friday, and then you open your eyes and here we are, voila, already on Monday.
Very, very cold. But anyway, I'm good. Looking forward to this week.
Yep.
Every time we say that,
Before you know it.
Something just happens.
Always happens,
So, we leave it to God.
It's like a phenomenon.
Interesting
Something
times.
like a phenomenon.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Before you know it, then it goes crazy. I must say, I like the way you've matched your colors today. Well done. The two, it's like, anybody looks at it and say, well, it's blue and brown, but it's actually not.
It's not blue. This is not blue.
It's a derivative of blue, but, you know, it just looks good with the tan and the other colors. Well done. Joy Naomi, I can see you're doing the Lord's work. Well done, my sister.
Well, the last time I wore a tie was a long time ago, by the way. I think I was, when I was TV news anchor, I was wearing suits all the time. Got to a point I was like, I don't want to see suits anymore. So put everything aside. So where I pulled this tie from, hata usitake kujua.
Okay.
It was a struggle.
Yeah.
So we leave it like that?
What's the last time you actually wore a suit?
Last time I wore a suit, maybe going to church. Yeah, just maybe going to church. But even then, no ties. It's too official, you know. Too official, too serious. Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's good, not bad. I can't remember the last time I wore a tie either.
Funny joke. You and ties, you can do well. Why don't we theme this? You know how you go to church and they have different themes, so or even organizations, they can decide they're doing school uniform. We should do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
This should be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, you let us know when it's happening.
Why don't we do this Friday?
Friday. Cool.
School uniform Friday.
Cool.
On Friday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wear the colors of your school uniform.
School,
in high
not
school.
here.
I didn't wear a uniform in high school.
You didn't?
Not high school, primary.
No. I didn't wear a uniform in primary school either.
Did you go to school? Maybe let's start there. Did you?
Good question. Ulitokea wapi wewe?
And don't say homeschooling.
I didn't homeschool either.
You didn't do homeschooling either?
No, I went to actual school.
That doesn't wear uniforms?
We didn't wear uniform.
Okay. International school, that would be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't even know how to say. You went to an academy. An international school, you don't wear uniforms.
Did you go to the Nigerian NYS?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Actually.
Sasa, wewe unapatikana wapi?
So you've never worn uniform all your life?
You have.
Where?
You tell us.
I'm not really investigate you.
Yeah, I know. There's like a photo somewhere.
Well, you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
It's one of those things.
Well, you will pick one from a Kenyan school.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll pick one from my daughter's school.
Exactly.
And we'll see. Hey.
It has to be those fancy uniforms, I'm sure.
No. My daughter's in a national school. Yeah.
What color of uniform?
Green.
Green. In a very cold area.
A very cold area.
Very cold area.
Green, yellow? Is there yellow somewhere?
Green.
Yellow actually is on the badge.
On the coat
Oh,
of arms.
it is?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
We wore brown in my school. This is the exact color of shirt.
So you were feeling inspired by school?
No, I don't. It just hit me now, by the way. Yeah.
Okay.
Brown is an earthy color, so you're down to earth. We're down to earth people.
Green, grey.
Okay.
Yeah. And a green tie.
Which part of the country did you go to school in?
Wasingishu, baby.
Wasingishu.
Yeah.
Well, all right then. So Dennis is starting to lobby for school uniform Fridays. Yes. I would love to see Lydiah in her school uniform.
Yeah.
But we can. She's already
especially the one she wore in Form 1.
Oh yeah.
Form 2, Form 3 ushakuwa mjanja, so yeah. Form 1.
Wear that uniform with the what number was it? Admission number.
Admission number.
Yes. Embroider the admission number on that pullover.
Yeah, mine was 42.
Oh, okay.
Mine was 5831.
I can't
remember. International schools don't have
these
numbers. Uniform. Yeah, you're carrying sandwich to school.
Yeah.
Pancakes to school.
That's actually
and
true.
sausages. So
and bolognese.
Spaghetti and minced meat.
Yeah. I see what you guys are doing.
Somebody who told me international schools they eat lasagna, the only food that has lasagna G is useless.
The G is useless. Sawa Basi, I think I'll continue being your country bag. No hala. Good morning, everybody. At 19 minutes after 6 o'clock, this two gentlemen are trying to run me through it. But hey, as it is supposed to be, we'll continue. Good, and our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X this morning. And our audience on KTN, waking up to Monday, the 30th of June, where we'll have a number of conversations this morning. So let's let you know what those are. At 7 a.m., excuse me, Boniface Mwangi is an activist. You know him, you've heard of him. Kenya in turmoil, the rising tides of violence, arrests, and the fight for justice. Some of the things that we'll be looking into this morning, we'll talk with Bonnie, someone having gone through personal experiences, having been, accused of many things in terms of activists for hire and all kinds of things. Let's hear from him this morning and which way essentially we'll be going. Third Way Alliance is a political party in this country. The party leader is Dr. Okoh. He will join us then at 8 a.m. We'll be talking about the stance. Is Kenya on the brink of a police state? Pigaye risasi. Those are the words that we hear from the Interior CS Kipchumba Onesimus Murkomen. And the question is, where are we going with that? Was it a slip of the tongue? Did he make a mistake? Did he not mean what he said? Well, we'll be looking at some of those things this morning. And then at 9 o'clock, we'll have a conversation with you. Kenyans, an opportunity for you to say what you feel and the position that the country is in at the moment. So we'll be hearing and taking in calls from you at that hour. That forms the basis of The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, getting into this Monday, the last one of June 2025. Tomorrow, the finance bill is turned into essentially an act. And an act then becomes law. Tomorrow's 1st of July, and that happens, and we get into the new fiscal year officially, and essentially what that means. We'll be talking about all of these things when we come through at that time, and also into tomorrow. So that's what we have in store. Ndu Dennis and Dennis with you. Lydiah is controlling things there, and we say very good morning to you, and we get things moving today as we talk about these things that are extremely important. Dennis, you take us into another country this week.
Yes, still in the East Africa region. We are in a country whose capital used to be Bujumbura.
Okay, and it is now a country it's a capital that sounds like somewhere here.
Gitega.
In Nyeri.
Yes, it's called Gitega. And when you talk about the people of Burundi, remember it's a landlocked country. Borders Rwanda to the north, Tanzania east and south, and the Democratic Republic of Congo to the west. It's a country with a lot of culture. Now, the main ethnic groups are, we're talking about the Hutu, the Tutsi, and a small Twa. That's the Pygmy, who are the minority in the country. And our proverb today, a child of a snake is a snake. In Kiswahili, mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka.
Today Aseto, you're political. Umekuja na ubaya. It's only Monday, bwana. Mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. I mean, you don't give birth to something that is not your species, definitely. So, do I start this politics this early? No. Let me think of something inspirational.
Just interpret it.
My inspirational interpretation would be, the words that we speak are basically coming from your heart.
Yeah.
So when you hear somebody say certain things, those things are not mistakes. Is that inspirational?
This is the man who just said that he was not going to go political, but okay.
Yeah, I'm just going inspirational.
It's just inspirational.
So, when the heart is full of something, the mouth speaks what is in the heart and what is in the mind. So you cannot separate what is in the heart from the mind. So whatever you speak is what you birth, meaning the seed was already deposited in the heart. So there's no confusion.
Out of the abundance of the heart?
The snake is in your heart. Yes, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So if your heart is a snake, what you will speak is snake.
It's baby snakes.
If your heart is pig, what you will speak is pig. If your heart is goat, what you will speak, you will bleat.
Yes.
Like a video I saw over the weekend of some guy who was in a police station in Makupa, who was arrested. It's a very funny video, but the guy was being asked to maybe banini.
It's obvious.
Yes.
We don't have to say. Well, I guess it's true. An apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. And in Pidgin we will say, "Now you born pikin." As in, when you look at the traits of a child and the way they are behaving, we say, "Now you born them." It is you. What the child is displaying is what has come from the parents.
I like your expression. Nigerians can't speak with their hands down. They have to gesticulate.
Now you born them.
Now you born pikin. If you see the child behaving in a certain way, not be you born them. Now you born pikin now.
Now you born pikin. Others would just put it simple. Whatever you put in the ground, the result of it would come to during the harvest day. So if it's sukuma, you get sukuma.
Well, you reap what you sow, man.
Yes, you reap what you sow.
Indeed.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah.
Yep. You reap what you sow. Absolutely.
So if you raise snakes, what do you expect?
Well,
that there be goats?
Indeed. All right, let's look into and say hi to you guys. We can see quite a number of you online this morning. Always good to have you in the room, as we say. And let's say hi to you very quickly as then we come to look into the headlines, shall we? If I can just get this my gadget
technology.
There we go. Very, very good morning to everybody. Good morning from Mombasa, says Robert Mbogo. From Memphis, Tennessee is Engineer Karaoke, and he says, good morning, Team Spice. Murkomen ordered I be shot dead if I go to report at a police station. Nieleze vizuri kama mtoto was standard 6, what he means. Exactly. I mean, there's only one thing. I keep saying, if I say, Dennis, come and sit here, can I mean something else? If I say, come and sit here?
No.
What else could I possibly mean if I say, come and sit here? That I've asked you to rise from where you are and come and sit here.
Yeah.
No, it could mean so many things.
Yeah.
You didn't say where I'm going to sit?
Here. I've even pointed and I've said here.
Here.
Yes. Okay. Sit here.
It
Can
could
I
be
mean
that
something
table,
else?
the seat, or the room. Subject to interpretation.
Okay, let's see, and we'll
King
have
James
that
version.
Right. We'll have that conversation at 8 o'clock as to whether this was subject to interpretation or not. Hamjambo
had to jumbo.
Abbas, I keep asking you how to respond to that. R says, good morning. Where and who will address the Gen Z killings last year? This year, the government sayers are singing unconstitutional, a threat, a coup, anarchy, terror, goons. How are you? And Ndu and Dennis Squared.
Salama.
General Issa Mavenge says, good morning, watching live from Diani Ukunda. Eugene Odhiambo says, good morning from Kikuyu. And Jose Mahinda says, good morning and welcome to a new week. Indeed, we are in holiday mood, says Michael Olande. Public holiday from Tuesday to Friday. What's happening in Rwanda? Tuesday to Friday. Okay, sawa basi. Agola says, good morning, Spices. Hope mkopoa, tuko salama. Dennis Dianga says, good morning. Another week to stay positive and focused. You are the best. And to Dennis is also in North Carolina. Excuse me. Esther Wamboy says, good morning from Komarok. Precious Gondis tuned in this morning and said, the end of this year's half. Indeed. Erica War says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Bernardito is tuned in. Princess Ndu and Dennis Squared. So the government wants us to believe that Gachagua is the cause of our problems. Imagine. Leo says, good morning. 7,000 bags of 50 kg fertilizer was stolen from the Maua depot. Oh, God. Yeah, and detectives have said you need more than 300 lorries in 3 hours to move the fertilizer, if that math is correct. So for something to be stolen, the likelihood of that nobody saw it happening, and if so 300 lorries moving over 3 hours, somebody would have seen something, don't you reckon?
True.
Cosmos Marisi says, good morning, tuning in from Pennsylvania. Bwangi Juma is tuning in this morning and says, you want to go to heaven and not ready to die. I know it's kind of difficult unless your name is Elijah. Sarah Kilonzo says, good morning, wa Kenya wote kwa jumia. Good morning to you, sister. Louis Rudasingo is tuning in this morning. You are in Narok. I can imagine the cold is crazy. Good morning, Jakatambo. Mashari and Jerry is tuning from Portland in Oregon. And Kavoy Felix says, keep praying for our country. I agree. The bitterness and anger is quite unprecedented. Guys, just having conversations, the bitterness and anger in the hearts of many is not a joke. if anything, we can pray to deconstruct that. African Queen says, good morning. Keep warm, everybody. Agnes Akinyi tuned in this morning and says, remember, it is the deadline for filing taxes. File your taxes, or make una file tax, I beg. Ann Gore says, good morning from Nairobi. It's chilly. Ongani Malala says, good morning and a blessed week ahead. Asante sana. Mutuflani is wishing us the same and is asking, what is your interpretation of our new Kenyan proverb? Mwizi wa kuku haiwezi kuwa mtu mwerevu. Lydia, bookmark that one. Dr. Venvic says good morning from Tudor. Gilbert Olo is tuned in as well. And Abera Bethwell says good morning, waiting for the greatest show on earth, Asante Sana. Kennedy Onwai is tuned in as well. Young Jedi, we see you. Good morning, blessed week ahead. Indeed, stay warm. Sabalheri Nyote kutoka Mombasani, says Rogers Lai. Good morning to you. Robinson Kisero is tuned in from Hong Kong, well into Monday. And Vera Asubila is tuned in as well. My Prince says good morning, Spice. Has a 16-year-old boy who was bleating like a goat started speaking? Yeah, Dennis will tell us in a bit. Abdullah Hussein is tuned in. Carol Nyambura anatupenda sana. Good morning to you. Austin Mudasia tuned in as well. Dr. Fico is also tuned in and says, choose positive vibes this week. I'm with you, bro.
True.
Good morning, Ndu Aseto and Okari. Dennis Deknis also says good morning. Rahim Tula says good morning. We see you, RM. Pamela Rita Munyi says good morning. Great crew of the biggest holistic conversation in Kenya. Sante Warda Nyawera says good morning. Tuned in. Kilamtu. Paul Njehia, we see you. Good morning. Ndu, are you sister to former Harambee Stars coach Uche Hunyebadi? No, I am not.
Interesting. Why the comparison?
Because one of my names is Uche Chukuka, so maybe he thought that. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure why, but there are many Ibozo. James Wamanji, good morning. Good to have you in the room. Jais Kariamburi says good morning. Muko Waere says good morning. Guys, we see you. Frida, Vince, Danstil, Ngogi, Abraham Kimeli, Danstil Lagat, Rashid, Bamburi, Chris, Misha, Kelly Koech, M Racing, Misha, tuned in from Estonia. So many people online this morning. Can't get to everybody, but definitely we see you guys. And how about we get this conversation rolling? Shall we? We'll do it. And excuse me. Oh, there's a frog in my throat. Let's get into the headlines, shall we? I want to take you through some of the headlines that we saw over the weekend, as that was, and coming into Monday, we'll do just that, and then we'll look at what's making the headlines this morning. Okay, so if we looked into the Standard on Saturday, what did that tell us? Public disgrace was the headline on Saturday. Once again, the Director of Public Prosecution stands exposed either as a willing pawn or dangerously ignorant of the law, as he swore to uphold, despite repeated court rulings declaring key sections of the Cyber Crimes Act unconstitutional. Benson Ingonga continues to charge citizens under the same outlawed provisions. Is he being weaponized to silence dissent, or is he simply incorrigible? Either way, this is not prosecution, it's persecution. So that was what was on the headlines of the Standard on Saturday. Then we saw the Sunday Standard, which of course had a different headline. The Sunday Standard's headline yesterday, that was enemy of the press. And it seems as though from the headlines, or rather from the front lines of truth to the machinery of suppression, David Mugonyi, once a fierce journalist chasing stories in the streets of Nairobi, has morphed into the media's greatest foe and President William Ruto's loyal hatchet man, as he's at his beck and call, ready to switch off and curtail media in an act gripping with irony and impunity. The man who once fed off press freedom is now strangling it, ordering illegal TV blackouts and defying court rulings. His fall from his watchdog to enforcer of silence is a cautionary takeover of power and betrayal. Now the journalist turned censor stands accused of dismantling the very freedom that built his career. That was on the headline of the Standard on Sunday. We'll look into this headline for this morning in the Standard. And no thank you. Interestingly enough, we're seeing quotes from different members of the National Police Service Stella Chirono, who is a police commander at Nyandara County, said, let's not let anger get the better of us. We must learn how to manage our frustrations constructively. William Kiambi is OCPD of Kinangop, Nyandarua, and he says, when you see the police, don't run. That's the image we want to build. Even a thief, there is no law that says we catch them, we must kill them. Everyone has rights. Hiram Kimathi, who is a police constable, said, you are a liar. You have lied. You will not protect me. All you will protect are your interests. I will be sacrificed in court before a judge and I will be sentenced to prison. This was on response to what the CS of Interior and National Administration, Shumba Murkomen, said, like, we have your back, the government has your back, we'll take care of you, we'll support you, kind of thing. And he said, no. This is all happening in response to what the CS said, while unfortunately a man police shot is all but dead. Reeling from the arrest and prosecution of Nairobi Central Police Station OCS and a police constable following the death of Albert Ojwang at the station, police officers have come out, some boldly, others on condition of anonymity, to rubbish the shoot-to-kill order by Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen. Cases of politicians and senior officers using junior officers to commit crimes and later abandon them to serve jail terms has been cited as police use their colleagues to be guided by the law. A lot to cover in this in these headlines this morning. All of these coming off the Standard in the last couple of days and then into Monday. What other headlines are we looking at in the Standard today? Koinange's 2.4 billion shilling property in Nairobi is to be auctioned. Where? Drug abuse threatens fight to end AIDS deaths and HIV infections, because we know that there's still a lot of using of the same kind of needles. Kopet cancels strike push on pledge of talk. So they said, you know what, come, let's talk. So they said, okay, fine. We may not then do this. Isiolo governor's fate in the hands of Senate. Senate will decide if that impeachment is going to uphold or whether they will actually convict. So more or less that's what it looks like in the pages of the Standard this morning. We'll look into more of those stories as we go along. Let's look at some other headlines.
Yes, let's look at the Daily Nation and top the page now. Rival camps imagine ODM as rifts over Ruto alliance widen. Now, unity test as splinter groups continue to emerge within former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's ODM party over its association with President Ruto's Kenya Kwanza administration, with the top leadership pulling in opposite directions. And how senior schools will be categorized now. Secondary schools will transition into senior schools in January 2026, have been grouped based on their ability to offer various career pathways and subject combinations and a competency-based education. So now the old is national schools, but in the pathways now all three, that will be cluster 1, and extra county schools will be cluster 2, and county schools will be cluster 3, and sub-county schools will be cluster 4. And there is disquiet in the military, these as soldiers to pay for meals as KDF ends food subsidy plan. Now, military personnel will cater for their own meals starting tomorrow after President Ruto's administration scrapped the food subsidy program for the Kenya Defence Forces. Now, they say they have to pay as you eat. Yes, and there is a lot with junior officers actually saying that will interfere with what they take home.
Did they not pay anything at all, or it was heavily subsidized?
I think it was heavily subsidized.
Okay, so now it essentially goes back to what would be a normal everybody pay for. Oh, wow. That's going to be a big deal.
Yeah, and according to what I've just read is it's a tradition across the world for military to enjoy such...
for sure, I know that. That's why I was asking how come they don't, because I know that. I mean, I just think about stories that my uncle tells, because he's a general, and they get food for almost nothing.
Interesting. So today we're going to look at the East African. So the paper is June 28th to July 4th. So in between there kuna story mingi. So among the top stories, the main headline, Museveni versus Bobi Wine, a rematch. Another clash of generations, ideology and vision for Uganda's future is in the making as the two rivals lock horns again, with the odds still stacked against the youthful challenger in 2026. Jose Chameleon, I did stupid things, but God gave me a second chance. Now, there's a story in there that's quite interesting. Before I quickly move to the Star, East Africa the East African Legislative Assembly wants President William Ruto to call an extraordinary heads of state summit to address the cash crisis at the Secretariat that has paralyzed operations and threatens integration. In other words, bunge haina pesa. They want money. And it's because only a few countries have paid their full dues. Only Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania have paid their full dues for the 2024-2025 financial year. Rwanda contributed 75%, Somali 50%, Burundi 19%, Democratic Republic of Congo 14%, and South Sudan only 7%. So they're looking at now the next financial year, 2025-2026, and they're saying we need the money and tumechoka kukopa. So partner states have been defaulting on putting some money into that parliament. But if we go to the Star, households to take a hit despite soft tax punch. So taxation measures, withholding tax is applied to betting and gaming instead of taxing winnings. The tax will now be charged on withdrawals. The tax rate will be reduced from 20% to 5%. There's excise duty of 20% to be introduced on imported tea, whether flavored or not. Steel and iron are now back to 17.5%. Weren't we told that there are a lot of things that we were going to piga kelele zilirudi tu? See, we were told. Some of these things that we were making noise 75% still managed to sneak in, got in there. Still on the Star, mask hawker Boniface Karaoke is brain dead, says family. Don't think I need to go any further from there.
I tell you, looking into details of some of these stories will actually so we know that I want to just look into this one, Kidogo.
Which one is that?
This Murkomen story, because then we'll get into it. Murkomen's shoot to kill order backfires as officers return fire over directive. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen's shoot to kill pronouncement has baffled many and drawn widespread condemnation, even from police officers. His remarks came just as what was meant to be a solemn anniversary meant to honor those killed during last year's Gen Z protests turned violent, tragically adding 19 more names to Kenya's growing list of victims of police brutality. The Standard has established that the shoot-to-kill orders by Murkomen for aggressors storming a police station have been interpreted by a section of both senior and junior police officers as a blood-soaked script penned by a playwright who, after handing it to his actors, sits back to watch tragedy unfold, then later insists, "I never meant for anyone to die." Murkomen has since played a familiar script. "I was misquoted." But his remarks seem to have stirred unease within the National Police Service, exposing widespread cracks between command and rank and file officers. In videos that have since gone viral, some police officers have told of Murkomen. One of the officers in one of the videos says, "You are a liar. You have lied. You will not protect me. All of you have protect for your interests. I will be sacrificed in court before a judge and I will be sentenced to prison." Another spoke to the Standard on condition of anonymity. "It's extremely disappointing to us that this is coming from a CS for Interior who is a lawyer. He knows very well that when things go wrong, the law will be the reference point, and I doubt he'll stand by anyone at that point. If he truly means what he says, why are we not seeing him come through for CS Central OCS Stephen Talam and Constable James Mukwana, who are facing the storm right now? He should start from there so that we believe him." Okay, so I don't know how many times that the picture of video or replay of what somebody says has turned up in the media. Countless, numerous times. And unfortunately, countless and numerous times, the response to those will be what?
I was misquoted.
I was misquoted. That is not what I meant. But the thing is, you know what I find? That usually, when somebody says something and then repeats it in the same manner, they mean it. And unfortunately, we have heard this from this year's twice in the same number of days. And he repeated it in the same manner, more or less to the same audience. And he sent a message. So I'm confused, and I find myself saying, okay, well, now that he's seen it's a bit sticky, the results of what he said, I'm willing myself to find what could be that we've misquoted him on. I'm actually saying, look for this thing that we possibly could have misquoted him on. What is it that we've reported that he didn't say, or that he, because there is no art to tell the mind's construction on the face, save for saying the word. But we didn't ask you what you were thinking. These words came from you. So what is it that you said that you did not mean? Did you not mean that if they're walking past the police station? Or did you mean that if they threaten the police officers? But what you said was that if they even walk past a police station, you didn't say whether they were in riots. You didn't say whether it was in a protest. You didn't. So people have taken it to mean that I could walk into a police station in the presence of two of you and I could be shot. I'm really looking for where he didn't mean that. And I can't find it.
I go back to my very popular statement. I think I'm surprised we get shocked by some of these things. Let's back up a bit. When CS Murkomen was outside Rambe office, together with the PS, Raymond, and flanked by top security police officers, if you looked at his demeanor, he was an angry man. He was very upset when he was coming to give that press briefing, where he largely mentioned the standard for the headlines, and he went all personal. I always say power is wielded in silence. But when you look at his statements right from that press briefing, before going to the streets, he's addressing journalists. He's flanked by all these senior police officers. He was making a lot of statements. He was not reading a script. Now, here's the thing. When you want to really know what is in the minds of someone who represents the government in their docket, don't listen to them when they're reading a script or looking at an auto cue. Go off script. And we've always heard from, politicians when they're reading a script, and then when they finish, they say, sasa wacha niseme yangu. From the head of state himself, he will read a script, but when you listen to the language when he's reading the script or looking at the auto cue, it's full of kizungu mingi, I would say, for lack of a better word. But when auto cue kizimwa, ama kishafika pale mwisho kwa script imeandikwa the end, they now start speaking. Pay attention at that point. When Murkomen was giving these statements, the thing is, he said this. Let's just quote so that we can unquote. He said, na tumeambia polisi, mtu yeyote atakaribia police station, piga yeye risasi. Let's just stop right there with that statement. Na tumeambia polisi. The police were around him, including the IG, right? No, Masengeli was there, I think. It was Masengeli was there.
Masengeli was there.
Yes.
Amin was there.
Yes. And he said, mtu yoyote atakaribia police station, piga ye risasi. So, how, in that statement alone, what was misquoted?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. And I've always said, if somebody tells you something to your face, believe them. Short of saying the words. But in this case now, they've said the words. There's no imagery here. There's no confusion. There's no, it's possible that you said what you didn't mean, or that you didn't mean what you said. No. And then for the mere fact that you repeated this in another location, you repeated yourself in another location with some of the same people standing there, then come on. I'm telling you this thing, believe what I'm saying. It cannot be that because maybe somebody whispered in his ear later and said, hey man, maybe you've overstepped this thing, and then you come and say, actually, that's not what I meant. For the love of God and all good things. For crying out loud. No.
You see, it's very difficult for anyone to trust that this was a slip of the tongue, because remember, the first time he said that statement, he was actually reprimanded by members of the public, and they actually just shot him down and said, no, sir, no, you can't speak like that. But when he went to a confinement where it was just him and majorly security officers, he repeated the same thing. Now, let's look at what even the president speaking later with regard to that statement. And the president says, yes, the police have to protect themselves and whatnot. So as we sit here today and try to understand how that was a slip of the tongue, I'm sorry, but like we keep saying in the media, like Denny says, you'll read the script fine. But it is at the question and answer where we get our
when
story.
you put the paper down.
Where we get our story and our headlines. So what he
the
was
story is
speaking
never in the script. I mean,
off the script.
Listen, guys. Look at this statement in Swahili again. Let me break it down. Na tumeambia polisi. So, in other words, what Murkomen is saying, he's not is announcing it to the public because he was surrounded by the public. He is speaking to the public. He is not speaking to the police. He is speaking to the public and telling them, na tumeambia polisi, meaning we've had this conversation that anyone who comes near a police station, mtu yoyote atakaribia police station, piga yeye risasi. He did not explain it in context when he's addressing the public. What does that mean, kukaribia police station? Because people can go protest outside the police station and they're not violent. So are you then saying anyone who comes near, how near is near? And then shoot them. Then the thing is this, if you can say this publicly, what do you think they talk about in
closed doors?
Behind, with
Closed
no cameras and no microphones.
That's the scary
if you can
thing.
say this. Then later on, it's still in that conversation. This is what he said, and this is now what caught my attention. Forget everything else Murkomen was saying, because we're all saying Murkomen said, and he's saying, I was misquoted, I was this. There's something else he said. He said, na hii sio yangu peke yake, ni amri kutoka juu. How else do we misinterpret this?
And then,
he's saying,
unfortunately, it's not just me.
It's
I'm
not me. I'm not the one saying it.
It's an order coming from above.
It's an order.
He went on in the same place to say, essentially, that if your gun has 5 or 6 bullets, empty the thing. Come on. He was extremely graphic in what he was saying, and he went on. Somebody, a slip of the tongue. Guess what? You slip the tongue and then you shut up.
Shut up.
But this was not a slip of the tongue because he went on and on.
Do you know how he described that gun? Hii bunduki mmepewa, mimi sijapewa, na hamkupewa, ndio ikuwe decoration. This is not a flower. Use it. You have bullets in it. Use it.
That's what we're talking about. We'll have this conversation as we get into 8 o'clock. We'll be talking with lawyer and political party leader, Dr. Okoh, because to then backpedal on this and say that's not what I meant, then I have to ask, okay, but you really did mean it, and that's what should scare us beyond anything else. Okay, let's look at a couple more stories, shall we, before I come to top of the hour?
The other story here, which is a very sad one, is the story of Boniface Karaoke. It's difficult to go past this story because we spoke about this that afternoon when he was shot, and the defiance and the demeanor of the police officers who did what they did. And this young man was rushed to Kenyatta National Hospital. And then there were stories that, it wasn't even a serious wound, it was a rubber bullet. And we were here and we spoke about the damage that shot caused. And it was a very deadly close range wound. And the spokesperson said medics informed the family that Karaoke's brain had stopped functioning. I think it was last week, that coming out of this would actually take a miracle. And what the doctors did, they really, really tried. So when Karaoke was rushed to hospital, he was taken in critical condition. He was placed on life support in the intensive care unit. Surgeons from 8:50 p.m. that night were trying to really work on him. They performed an emergency operation to remove bullet fragments from his head. He remained critical and was put on round-the-clock supervision. Now, Karaoke went again on a second operation, still at KNH. Then, that's June 24th. On June 27th, the third surgery is conducted. And doctors confirmed remaining bullet fragments in his brain. So they couldn't get rid of all the fragments. It wasn't a rubber bullet, guys. And we said it here. Like, we can't create stories out of these kind of situations. It was a live bullet. And we talked and explained what happened to him. Now, for me, I'm following the chronology of events leading to last Wednesday's protests.
Yes.
And my reading of this situation is simply this. There was a point where the family was told nobody else should be allowed to come visit him because people are going to see him. Of course, that those who would, take pictures. They were told only family, very close family members can go in to see him. The thing is this, it's my thinking, it's my opinion. My opinion is Kariuki was long gone before all these announcements were made. And what generally happened, in my opinion, was trying to manage this because it's not just a hospital issue now. It is involving the police. So my assumption is this thing was don't announce this before the protests. It might flare up a lot of other things because we are still coming fresh from Albert Ojwang's case. Then Boniface happens. You can't make this kind of announcement and say this is what's happening to him again. So just delay this announcement. This is just my opinion. Just delay this so that you can manage this crisis and see what can happen. The saddest part of this story is this. When the family came out to speak, what was painful for the family is they were asking for money. They said the bill had accumulated to 3-point-something million. And they're asking for help. Now, no government official, CS Murkomen has not gone to see the family. Nobody is going to see the family. What we've seen is a government that will send its people, the police, to go inspect buildings, not visit these people who've been murdered or families that have lost loved ones. So we care so much about buildings, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a question of, it's human life, it's empathy. The business owner who's lost his business and whose goods has been stolen, he also needs attention. But so is somebody who is fighting for his life in hospital. Nobody has gone to KNH to see him.
Why don't we hear that, exactly, that care that we speak about. You don't have to ask. If I keep saying, when somebody tells you with no words something, please believe what it is that they're saying. That if we see on one side where there is, an overt declaration about what you're saying is that we're going to come for you if you threaten us in any way. But the same people have come for and murdered a young man. Before, if you look at what the law says, essentially, because he's still alive, attempted murder essentially would be the charge that would be brought. But now that he's dead, then now you start to look towards things like manslaughter and murder in terms of a charge. Because he is dead, they're essentially just waiting for nature to take its course. That if the machine will go off at some point, this is what we're being told. Because in Kenya, the laws are that you cannot switch off, even with family consent. Right now. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But if that happens, then the charge would change. What are we seeing with these two gentlemen, with the gentleman who fired that lethal shot? What are we seeing that is happening with them? Because why do we have such contradictions over and over again? That if we say that, the police will be protected to the hilt, then what happens to those then who are on the other side of the gun? Like Boniface. What happens to justice? Who's asking the questions, or rather who's answering the questions that so many people have in their minds right now? That, what happens to them? What happens when you now have a situation where any Kenyan is afraid to walk the streets because for fear of what might happen to them with the order that has been given?
You see, at the end of it all, as we even have this discussion, one would just ask a simple question. With everything that is happening, why isn't the leadership just pausing to see we have a problem with how police are conducting themselves and we need to fix this?
Do they though?
Do
they have a problem though?
That's the question.
Yeah, and I think that should be. Do they actually have a problem with it? Because if they did, I think we would hear something different.
We'll hear something different. Because at the end of the day, we talk about police brutality from time immemorial. You talk about 1 year ago, talk about 60 bodies that were taken in the hands of police officers and nothing has happened. We're talking about 2025, week 2, and we still see the same stories. And no one is pausing to say, police officers, we need to do things differently. We need to change how we operate with Kenyans. But instead of of having that conversation in terms of finding solutions, we are seeing leadership, especially those in interior sectors, saying, you know what, you might as well just go shoot and kill.
Yeah.
You know, earlier, I'm looking at this story. Earlier reports had indicated that the bullet had been removed. Sergeants later disclosed that fragments of the ammunition remained lodged in his brain, posing a serious challenge to the medical team. Now, according to Anjira, the spokesperson for the family, doctors at Kenyatta National Hospital believe Karaoke may have been shot with a 12-gauge shotgun.
Yes.
Didn't we say it here?
We said it.
Which is a powerful firearm commonly used in hunting, which disperses multiple fragments upon impact. So the first 2 fragments were removed. The third fragment still remains in his brain. So doctors reportedly told the family that the remaining fragment could not be extracted immediately, as doing so would pose a significant risk to Karaoke's life. That's why they had to take time, do second and third surgery to try and remove it, but they couldn't. But now here's the thing. What doctors are saying, a person declared brain dead does not recover or wake up. This is according to medical experts. The explanation that brain death is the complete and irreversible cessation of all brain activity. So, with all this, like you're asking, so what happens to the officers who did this? The video evidence from multiple angles is there. It will go through a court process. They too must go through a judicial process, like any other person. But beyond whether they're guilty or not, we know they're guilty, of course, regardless of what happens.
Come on.
The point that you're making is when we have leadership that lacks empathy and humanity, forget the politics, forget everything. There was a period people are saying President Moi was a bad president, was this, was that. As much as people would say that, there were points when if a tragedy happened somewhere, or if something happens to a school or something, he would show up. And
not just send a statement.
Not sending a statement. You are present. The thing is this: if you can go and inspect buildings, it's fine. These buildings have been affected by goons who are part of the protest, yes. If you have time to walk around the city, go inspect buildings. How about also sparing some time, an afternoon, go to these families. Sit with them. Go to Kenyatta National Hospital. Even if it is to fake it, even if it's a PR exercise.
Just for optics.
For optics. Just show up. Just tell this family, I'm sorry. You may not be responsible, but you are the leader. So you are saying you are there, you're present with the family. Look, what the bill is, as of yesterday, 3.3 million. Now, every day that is on that machine, it's 180,000 every day.
Okay.
The father is a hawker. Boniface was a hawker. They don't have this kind of money. And they are pleading to the public for money. They've even moved away from, we don't expect to get him back, but we have a bill here. Now they're troubled and worried about paying a bill.
And you see, the law stops you from switching that machine.
So
what are we talking about?
Absolutely. Those are the conversations that we have this morning. Boniface Mwangi in the hot seat at 7. It's actually 7:01. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto left the country on Sunday for official visits to Spain and the United Kingdom. State House spokesperson Hussein Mohammed said the president is set to secure key bilateral agreements aimed at unlocking major investments, creating jobs and enhancing Kenya's global competitiveness in trade, climate, technology and security. Ruto will attend the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain, which brings together global leaders to craft new principles for financing sustainable development. He will also co-chair a high-level session and hold bilateral talks with world leaders, including Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez and King Felipe VI, to explore deeper cooperation in clean energy, youth empowerment and climate resilience. In London, President Ruto will meet with UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer to sign the renewed Kenya-UK Strategic Partnership 2025-2030. The agreement, built on 4 pillars: trade, climate, technology and security, seeks to double trade volumes between the two countries by 2030. Ruto is also scheduled to deliver a keynote address at the Africa Debate hosted by Invest Africa, a platform focused on driving strategic investment into Kenya and promoting its economic transformation agenda. ODM leader Raila Odinga is the latest to condemn Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen's shoot-to-kill pronouncement. Murkomen's remarks came just as what was meant to be a solemn anniversary meant to honor those killed during last year's Gen Z protests turned violent, tragically adding 19 more names to Kenya's growing list of victims of police brutality. Raila, who was speaking during a Sunday church service in Bondo, Siaya County, said while acts of violence and destruction witnessed during the protests should be condemned, police must not resort to unconstitutional killings.
Police have no license to kill human beings. If somebody has committed a crime, arrest that person and take him before a court of law, charge him. So anybody giving instruction to a police officer that, kama mtu na karibia police station, piga risasi. My shame. Shame on you. Shame on you. We should not encourage taking away of life in a way which is not constitutional. If somebody has committed a crime, that person should be subjected to law. Arrest that person and take him to a court of law, accuse, charge him, and let the court find him guilty and then sentence him. That's the civilized society. That's the society that we want today.
The Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers has suspended a strike notice issued last month after the Teachers Service Commission called for talks on Wednesday. Kuppet Secretary General Akello Mizori announced that TSC had agreed to begin negotiations for a new collective bargaining agreement to increase the teachers' salaries. Speaking in an interview with The Standard after the Kenya Secondary Schools Health Association meeting in Mombasa, Mizori said he expects that during the talks, the demands they submitted last October will address salary increments of between 30 and 70%. Mizori said the economic hardship facing teachers was severe and the union anticipated positive financial outcomes for its members. Health CS Aden Duale has issued a stern warning to private health facilities defrauding the Social Health Authority Fund. He was speaking on Sunday during a funds drive at Tomboya Labour College in Kisumu County. Duale said some hospitals were converting outpatient claims into inpatient ones to inflate claim amounts, coercing medical staff to admit patients unnecessarily and exaggerating bed capacities. He warned doctors and healthcare providers against sharing or misusing SHA pre-authorization codes to steal from the fund and confirmed that 35 hospitals had already been shut down due to fraud.
Nimefunga mahospitali hapa Kisumu, mutasikia karibu 7. Nimefunga Bungoma, nimefunga Busia, nimefunga Nairobi, nimefunga Kilifi, nimefunga Mandera, nimefunga Wajia, nimefunga Kajiado, hospitali 35. Uko na kitanda 14 na wewe unasema uko na vitanda kwa hospitali yako 100.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
All right, so look what's happening this morning with traffic starting to build up on Ngong Road as you get into the CBD, and we'll see some traffic also coming off of Mombasa Road. A little bit of that right around the Eastern Bypass and then getting towards North Airport Road. So that is busy. Let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway where traffic is really heavy. Coming in all the way from that Royal Interchange, it's going to find its way through past Kasarani in from Clayworks and then through towards the Allsops Junction out towards Survey. Very busy on Kiambu Road as well, and we're seeing some traffic heavy that comes in on Limuru Road this morning, so it's all starting as we get into Monday. Still kind of dark out even after 7, so let's keep an eye on all of this and keep it moving, shall we? Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Good morning to you. It's 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. If you're tuning on our live streams of YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and also our audience on KTN, very good morning. Tuned in across terrestrial radio in the country, and then on your platforms around the region, and indeed around the world. Getting into conversations this morning that need to be had, and even as we do, activist and friend Boniface Mwangi is here with us in the studio. Good morning, Bonnie.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Very well.
Yeah.
You're upright.
Yes.
In less pain.
Yes. Wobbling, but I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Karibu sana. Good to have you here.
Asante sana for having me.
We're going to get into conversations. They're tough ones to have, but necessary to do so because we're trying to find North. It seems that we're trying to find it all the time.
Yes.
But it seems as though there's a path that folks are on. And perhaps, it's less traveled by many, but necessary to remain on. But even as we get into that, Dennis is going to share a proverb from... He'll tell you where. Okay. And then we want to get your interpretation of that as we start.
So this country's proverb, rather capital city is Gitega. Gitega.
Gitega?
Yes. East Africa region.
Ngoja. Congo Brazzaville? No.
Oh, wow.
No. Used to be Bujumbura.
Burundi. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. And you see, this country, it's sad that it is considered to be one of the poorest countries. Yet, if you look at its agriculture, is looking really, really good. It is a landlocked country, but you look at Lake Tanganyika on the south, it's a country that has a lot going on for them. Unfortunately, they've also been into war, the Hutu and Tutsi problem in the country. But part of the East Africa region, perhaps the bloc would come through and ensure that all countries do well. But our proverb today, the child of a snake is a snake.
Mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka. I like that.
One would think it was just for you.
No, I like it because you look at the Kanu remnants. Watoto wa Kanu ni Kanu. The guys who under dictatorship of 24 years and they learned these bad tricks from Kanu regime are practicing them today. Munda Soparedi, the lies, the detention without trial, disappearances, abductions, back to Kanu days. So mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka. What you should do mtoto wa nyoka is unapiga kichwa unamaliza. And you can never warm a snake because when it thaws it will bite you. Because snakes bite. That's what they do. So there is no, if you think that a snake is going to change its ways, it will not.
Yeah.
If a snake will bite and it has poison, it will bite you and it has poison. Yeah.
Poison you.
It's interesting.
Yes.
Boniface is saying, piga kichwa na mawe.
No, in terms of snakes, venomous snakes, you just get rid of them. Yeah.
We're coming.
Don't try and make a snake a pet.
Well, let me tell you.
One day it will come for you.
It will come for you.
It's non-venomous. My old man, Mzee Aseto, has been bitten with a snake before. Does not care whether it's non-venomous or venomous.
Ole kwake.
There's a part of this country, wanapiga na wanakula.
All right, but if you try to eat the Kanu snakes, they'll kill you. It's poison.
You're ingesting poison. That's also
yes, do not touch them.
So the last couple of weeks have been interesting, and I use that word very cautiously when I say interesting, because not interesting that we want to find out what lies beneath, but interesting in terms of perhaps the thoughts of many people was that you would get here, but not in the manner in which we did. And weeks, I say even months, because we started off the year with, again, disappearances. A young man, by the way, his name is Brian Odhiambo. We still don't know where he is. We don't know if he's dead or alive.
Diangui or Brian?
No, Brian Odhiambo went missing in Lake...
the one who's the arrested dead Rangers.
Yeah, there's an inquest. The Rangers have been arrested. There's all of these things going
Brian
on.
is dead.
Yeah.
He was murdered.
Yeah. In terms of now this information being made public, and when I say I don't know, when we say we don't know,
there are people in court for murder.
When we say we don't know, is that they have not told us what happened with him. And this had to be forced, that people had to cry, people had to beg. His mother, his wife, had to essentially sit on steps and beg people, please hear what we are saying. That forms the pattern of things that we are seeing, and we keep seeing things like this over and over again. And then we got to the protests. Well, even before that, we saw, the murder of Albert Ojwang, for which people pussyfooted around issues, put people in remand today, denied bail, whatever, because they're investigating what could have possibly happened. Again, another thing we don't know, and I use those words very deliberately. We don't know because you've not said. We don't know what you want to tell us, but it's very clear to very many people what has happened. And then we got into the protests last week. And I'm not even going to talk about the protest day. The day after the protests, the things that we were told was that, this was just a political gimmick, that there were people who came in. That was not a protest. And these were words that were spoken from the National Assembly. Mm-hmm. That was not a protest. Those were criminal riots that took place. And we know who is behind these things. And so now here we have a dichotomy where there's one side and people who are baying and saying, please give us better governance. Mm-hmm. And this other side where people are saying, well, the people who are in the street are not the people who want better governance. These are people who are essentially attacking and undermining the rule of law. Bonnie?
I think it's very sad that the president and his CS for Interior and people in his government are playing politics about very serious issues. So a week ago, people in the streets, actually it's not even less than a week ago, and the reason why they're doing that is to mark the first anniversary of the Gen Z protest. And most of it was about justice for the heroes who lost. Mm-hmm. So the demands were very, very clear. We want accountability, we want prosecution of killer cops, and we want compensation. Very, very clear demands. But along the way, the government said they won't allow it to happen because I saw they were saying, we should have had a protest route. Those are protest route that was actually given to the government. Mm-hmm. But they allowed infiltration of goons to come to the city and to come and cause havoc. A week earlier, during Albert Ojwang's protest, the same thing actually happened. The goons are known, the people who hired the goons are known, but they don't want to go after those the owners of the goons, because if they do that, then people are going to be able to protest again. What they're trying to do right now is make it very dangerous for anyone to hold a protest, because if you don't get attacked by goons, you'll be shot by the police, and if you survive, you're going to get raped. All this benefits the government, no one else. But number two, when Murkomen said there was a coup attempt, if there was a coup attempt, who are the coup planners? Who are the coup funders? Who gets to benefit? Why are they not being arrested? Because right now we have people who have been arrested who are very innocent. Well, you know very well who the goons were. Everything was caught on camera. So if you want to arrest goons, you'll find them. Mm-hmm. About Wednesday's protest, there was a raid at Quickmart, OTC. There was no protesters on that particular area. There were no protesters. Protesters in Kenyatta Avenue, Mwindibingu, Kwenange Street. It was a very small space. And where they were, there was a helicopter hovering above. So every time we tried to move and join, all the groups would get dispersed. So they could see that. If they had an area view of the protesters, they had an area view of the goons, but they allowed the goons to do what they did. For them to raid Quickmart and just take everything out, a stone throw away from a police station, Kamkunji police station, means that they were allowed to do it. Yeah. The goons benefit the state, so they can say, if you allow demonstrations, people are going to be violent, you're going to lose your property, don't allow it. So they're trying to create hate towards protesters. But number two, about this entire thing, they have moved away from the issues where people are in the streets protesting to make it about tribalism and this candidate against this candidate. There was no tribe on Wednesday, and the reason why people in the streets are not about communities. So they want to take us to that, to ethnic balkanization. Move away from the issues, so you go back to tribalism, then you divide the people. That's the tactic.
But the issues still remain.
The issues still remain, but you see, the problem is, it becomes now my community against your community. If you look at the members of parliament who are online and saying, my community was targeted, the things were for this community, it's a lie. People suffered. And I really wish that they cared about the victims, because we have about 19 dead, over 400 shot. No one is talking about the victims. We're just talking about property, because this country values property more than human life. And because people get emotional, because all of us grew up poor, you get emotional, you hear your car was burnt, your shop was looted. So you're far removed if you don't lose a life, because it's not my life, it's somebody else's life. But if you had given the kids who died last year justice, this wouldn't have happened.
But as we talk about justice, I just want to paint a picture. We talk about 60 Kenyans who died June 25th last year.
Yes.
And we look at how many more have died in the hands of police, because the report that we received last week is we have 20 individuals who died in the hands of police in police custody. And these numbers continue to increase by the day. Yet, when we sit and hear comments and statements being made, are those statements of Ukikuja police station will shoot you. But when a member of parliament is killed, we get that information in 4 days and people are in jail. Seems as though justice in Kenya is meant for a specific crew of individuals and not for everyone.
Yeah, it's actually, if you are in the political class and you get killed, you're going to get justice. But if you're one of those poor people, like the majority of Kenyans, you don't get justice. And I think Murkomen comments come from a place of fear. He's afraid of what this revolt from young people is going to lead to, because they feel threatened. They feel their power is being threatened. They feel like now it's no longer the purview of politicians who can be able to organize a protest alone. It's actually anyone else who has an issue can do that. And they feel like if this continues, even the police are going to protest. So they're saying kill, kill, kill. But where do killings lead to? Anarchy. Murkomen comments are not only reckless but foolish. And I think he should be fired from his position, because he has risen to a place of where he cannot be able to perform at all. This arrogance, him going to give us Vitimbi, Vipindire at Quick Match, saying that the looters came and left their IDs at the gate. It's like they had to they came here to the building, had to check in my ID there. It's like you to loot, you have to check in your ID at the door. It's like foolishness. They went and collected the lost and found IDs at the police station and then arranged them outside Quick Mart. People are not as foolish as Murkomen and his boss. We're smarter than that.
Boniface, let's go back to Wednesday. Actually, before Wednesday. The Standard did an expose on the planning around goons being released into the capital.
Yes.
We had seen when Boniface Kareki was also shot, we had seen the same thing. Goons who infiltrated the protests, and they came with batons, with whips, and they were robbing people.
And they had police escort.
And they had police escort. So this Wednesday, before Wednesday, the police had said they're going to ensure there will be peaceful demonstrations. They guaranteed protesters that we will keep you in, as long as you're around the safe zones, we're going to protect you. So it was very, very clear that the intention was to make sure that they manage the protests and no infiltration. Well, in your planning, when coming into the city, because you are there, and I believe you have your networks, you've got your own intelligence, you see things around, what would you say happened on Wednesday? Because we saw a lot of destruction, not just in Nairobi, but across 27 or more than 27 counties. What did you see that was different from the previous protests? So
the government had a plan to scatter the protest all along. So the night before, there was a story by the citizens saying there's a bomb scare, Iran connection. But when people didn't buy that story, it was deleted. That was number one. But number two, around midnight, we heard that they'd put barbed wire around Parliament and they'd close the roads. When we woke up in the morning, the city was on lockdown.
Yes.
So how do you promise people that you can actually, it's not a normal day, then you put the city on a lockdown? But they had intentions. They said they wanted to ensure that the people getting into the city are the ones that they want to get into the city. So some people young people were able to sneak in and come to the streets of Nairobi. Then they allowed goons to come in. The looting was deliberate and the goons were deliberate. So there was like a dance that the protesters were playing in the streets of Nairobi. They would run away from the police officers and run away from the goons. And the goons had police protection. That was different. That the police came and said, you know what? We can't kill the way we like killing. What you're going to do, we're going to introduce goons so that some women can be raped and we just put a fear in the entire country. Let me say this. The Senate did an expose of the people who were going to fund the violence. None of them has been summoned. None of them has been investigated. Even none of them has been discussed in Parliament. The way they're discussing some of us in Parliament, they're not being discussing the people who hired goons, because the violence on Wednesday benefited the government. Because mothers are saying, I don't want my son to die, I don't want my daughter to die, let them not go to the streets. So they're putting fear from people from playing their civic duty, because protest is the voice of the unheard. Protest is the voice of the poor. Protest is how you get you get change in a country. But they don't want people to do that anymore.
There's a lot of attention that's being focused on the businesses, people who lost property and such, which, I actually commiserate, and I say it should not happen to anybody for anything. But should we split the attention? That's one thing, because we talk about horrific things that then happen to people after, whether we're talking about the death, whether we're talking about injuries, whether we're talking about, unfortunately, sexual assault, rape that happened to some women that night. And all of these things happening at the same time. Can we split and say, well, let's feel worse for this and not the other?
So let's say there's no money that is enough to compensate for human life. You can't first put property first then life. Let's first do life and then property. And that's what the law says, that the work of the police to protect life and property, not property and life.
Yes.
But you can see the government did not even protect life and property on Wednesday. It's very important for anyone who lost a business on Wednesday to sue the government for failing to protect their property. At the end of the day, we have a social contract with our government. I pay my taxes, you protect me and my property. And the government is failing to do that. And the government is allowing people to come and destroy a city and destroy property in the name of politics. And what's very, very sad, they think that they're trying to portray one part of the divide. They're trying to make this thing about Rigathi. It's not about Rigathi, actually. People don't even care about Rigathi. People care about other issues. But they want to portray this saying Rigathi did. I've said this and I'm saying this again. If Rigathi funded any protest or was involved in any violence, have the man arrested. Don't try and scapegoat young people and say they're Rigathi. They're not Rigathi. The kids on the streets are not Kikuyus. Because what the government is trying to do is make this Kikuyu versus other communities, and it won't work. It won't work because these young people, they're young, educated, unemployed, and then they have no hope that things are going to get better. That's why they're protesting. That's why they were protesting in 27 counties. Even Raila Odinga at his best couldn't do that. That can't be funded. Nah, that is pure love for the country and pure detest for the political class.
Boniface, let's talk about trends in this protest and what's of concern, because you earlier talked about rape. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, 2 days ago, I think the numbers have gone up when they were talking about those who have been killed and those who have been injured. They also pointed that there were 2 cases of individual rape. I believe the numbers are higher than that now. 2 cases of gang rape and 1 attempted gang rape. Is this the first time this is being reported as now a new trend, or was this also happening in the other protests? What are these things that you are noticing with this protest?
There's never been a single rape at any protest until last week. And it's a sign that the government hates that this movement is women-led. Among the leadership of the movement, I think there are only 2 men. Me and someone else. The rest of the leadership is actually women. If you look at the people who are doing interviews and leading and speaking, they're all women. But the government wants to put fear because women will follow women, and because they know that where a woman goes, it's safe. But they want to say it's not safe for anyone anymore because they're going to shoot the boys and rape the women. This, let me tell you, the onus is on the president and the cabinet secretary for interior to ensure people get justice. But what they've done in the last couple of days, it will assure the police to pamoja. Have you seen everything? They're holding meetings to pamoja. What about the victims? What about we who pay your salaries? Because I pay the police salaries, I pay the CS salary, I pay the president's salary as a taxpayer, right? What about the rest of the Kenyans who are not police officers? Because you can see at this particular moment, they're very concerned about not upsetting the police. That's the PR right now. They're out saying, you can kill, you can arrest, you can disappear. We will not touch you. So they have turned young men and women who went to Kiganjo for police training to just come and do a good job of law enforcement into abductors and murderers. That's not the role of the police. But Ruto and Murkomen are trying to turn our police officers into murderers. And at the end of the day, every cop who is listening in this country, listen very carefully. If you murder, you'll be held accountable individually. And if your boss sends you to come and abduct me and kill me, you know who's going to go to jail? Not your boss, it's you. Look at Eliud Lagat. Eliud Lagat is still in office, Because Stephen Asad is not resigning. But Talam and the rest of the junior officers at Central Police Station are in jail. Even the abduction squad under DCI right now, DCI Amin and NIS Nurdin right now, those guys who are just doing abduction, their day will come. Because remember this, when the 2 Indians were abducted during Uhuru's time, and they were working for Ruto, when Ruto came to power, who was arrested? The junior officers who did the abduction. The killer squad. But the bosses were never touched. Kinoti, who was the DCI boss, was never touched. At the end of the day, this country will sacrifice a poor cop and instead of their boss. They won't go for the chain of command. However, we need to let Murkomen know there is no expiry date for a murder charge. Eventually, we'll get them. Eventually, even if it takes 5 or 10 years, eventually Murkomen will face criminal charges for his utterances and his actions.
You've had a few run-ins with the police officers during these protests. When you talk to them on the streets, what do you hear them say?
They're just following orders like foolish people. They're just following orders. It's very foolish that they just follow stupid orders because, let me tell you, there's no reason whatsoever for Wednesday to be violent. But the moment you bring in political actors, what do politicians know? It's just violence and goons. Because what they tell those young people who they hire, we're going to pay you 3,000 or 2,000 bob, but when you get to the city, go steal and loot. So unaenda shopping. So someone is coming to the city and they know they're coming to shop.
But Boni, we talk about the protest that took place, and I remember that morning, as Kenyans were getting to the CBD, roads were actually closed. Thika Road roads were closed, and Ngong Road. Accessing the CBD was pretty difficult. And one would have hoped with all these, then the city would have been more secure because police officers were also deployed in the CBD. But that was not the case. And as we talk about the demand that a notification is given, I remember Nairobi Commandant Seda saying, we've received the notification and we assure the protesters that everything will be okay. But here we're talking about 19 who are dead, 400 who are shot, and you're talking about justice that will be received. But in the communication that you are seeing, no one is really, first of all, addressing the issues during the demos, justice for Ojwang and police brutality. No one is talking about the women who are raped. All we hear is buildings were looted and all this. When will we ever get to sit down and just listen and address the problems?
So if you talk about the injured and the dead, then that calls for accountability. They don't want you to do that because that means that you're going to have accountability for last year's killings. So the moment you introduce life, they don't want to have that conversation. That's why they're driving you away from that. It says loss of business, property raised. They don't want to talk about life because you see, life is emotional. And the more you talk about the people who have died, the more likely people are going to have more protests. So they want to drive us away from that. I think we need to pause as a country. And I want to ask members of parliament, we need to be able to honor the people who lost last year and the people who we lost this year. And also there need to be a public inquiry about how police respond in protests. Because Nairobi is such a small city not to be able to secure. If the president is able to be secure everywhere he goes, when there's a rally of 10,000 or 5,000 people, why can't you secure such a small city like CBD? Why don't you have police lining up outside buildings, protect just the building, let people just march? And the truth is, if you had more Kenyans in the street of Nairobi on Wednesday, there would have been less looting because there is accountability in big groups. We had even told the police, actually, that stay away from the CBD, we'll secure CBD. We told them to do that. But they arrested some of the mobilizers, the guys who are supposed to be taken to court today, Garang, Chebukati, and Generali, who had mobilized security for the buildings and the entire city. We had said, we're going to come with people wearing reflector jackets to protect even the mothers who are coming to demand justice for their kids. But the police don't want us to be in control. They want anarchy so they can arrest people, or hopefully what Murkomen can be able to do, and he won't, assassinate people. Because the level of rhetoric now is, let's start killing these people.
I saw video, and I think many people did see that video as well. On the protest day, there was a gentleman. He's a police officer, higher in rank than your constable. who, pretty much high in rank, and he was escorting protesters. He was walking alongside them, and essentially at some point he had his arms open like this, kind of like corralling people to go in this direction. And some of the comments that came under that video and some of the commentary that accompanied that video is that this gentleman is likely to lose his job in the coming days or be transferred to, somewhere in the middle of nowhere to then continue, because he at that point showed a care for folks. And so it got me to wonder, and I still ask that question today, that if protests, demonstrations took place where people were able to come out and express a certain thing, because essentially that's what protests do. You don't get the result of a protest on the day. It takes time after that for a compounded, contracted, compacted action to take place over time. But if that were to happen, and then you could have in the public glare a demonstration of what the minds of citizens actually is, with that kind of protection, do you think that the protest then would have achieved what it was meant to? And if so, what is that achievement that we are talking about? With that picture in mind. Because you said police were there to cause anarchy, wanted people dead. Yes. But here we have a picture of a representation of a man who didn't want people dead. He wanted to protect people, and he understood in his mind that, okay, these guys are up to something that is okay. He expressed that with his action. So if there were more people who did that, if there was more protection for people, would it have achieved what it was meant to? And if so, what was that achievement?
So this particular, I think that was Mombasa, where it was a very peaceful protest. No one was arrested and no one was shot. It means that if you had gone into parliament, our demands would have been actually be taken by the parliamentarians and then discussed. And the demands are very, very, very clear. We're saying that last year we were told that we were prisoners. And there's a plan to it was also another coup. But we were not told who was planning the coup and who was prisoners. So the government doesn't want to shed light on what happened last year. We have been saying last year the Supreme Court was raised, City Hall, and bit of Parliament and Uganda House. Those things actually happened. Who did those particular actions? Who are the criminals behind banning Parliament and banning Supreme Court? Those are the kind of things, the questions we're actually asking. Then you say, who gave the shoot to kill order? Who killed? And then we're asking for compensation. Those were the issues for Wednesday. But now, because of the looting and destruction, we're distracted from actually the reason why we're in the streets. I'll give you an example of a protest that we did about maybe 10 years ago. There was a lady in a matatu who was stripped naked, and then bad things happened to her. And women did something called My Dress, My Choice. Men threatened to rape women during that protest. And some of us came and said, we're going to protect the women to march. And the women marched, they went to parliament, and a task force was formed by the president and a squad, anti-stripping squad. It's been 10 years. Women don't get stripped in this country anymore. Because the people who stripped that particular women were arrested, charged with robbery with violence, sentenced to death. That's a result of a protest. That now women can dress anyhow they want because no one is going to touch them. That's the reason why we're in the streets. We're saying the problem is people died last year. And the parents want the truth about what happened. And they want people to be held accountable for those actions. And then hopefully compensation. That's the reason we're in the streets. But now everything we went for the streets for is distracted. Because even the government actually decided to get some hired bloggers to bring up some other hashtags that had no relevance on the day. So you're saying justice for Mashuja, which was the main reason why we go to the streets. Then you have these things where people trying to tell you to go and occupy a house. And then do what? Then they're trying to give you, instead of saying Ruto must go, they're telling you Sirini number yanini.
Okay, so are you saying that because those things, they trended quite some?
Yes, but the question
is... there was a public perception that there was a huge crowd of people that was going towards State House, number one. And that number two, it was... the idea was to come out in numbers, and that was what was going to sway things. Are you saying that those were counter to what the protest was trying to achieve?
Yes. Because you say, okay, serial number for what? Because serial number itself doesn't make any sense. Then occupy State House to do what? It's a building. Then you do what? You see, now you're going towards anarchy when you start saying, let's go occupy a building, because now you're giving the police a reason to actually act and lock down the city. So the police say, no, these people are coming with bad intentions. They're coming to raid the city. We're not going to do that. And the people who are telling you to do those things will never show up in the streets themselves, will never lead a protest. You'll never see them there. And when people die, they don't follow through. Some of us have this burden that when people die or are injured, we're trying to raise money to pay for the bills, trying to bury the dead. There's so much responsibility. But the guy just coming up with hashtags and saying those things are just paid bloggers. For them, it's actually not a cause. For them, it's a payday. Yeah.
So, Bonnie, as all days continue, one would hope that the leadership of the country would stand and address itself to the issues on ground, the demand by the Gen Zs in terms of justice, better leadership and whatnot. But seems as though there is a lot to be said on the operations of the police, but zero to be said about the issues themselves. What would you make about the silence from the leadership of the country?
I think that their hearts are like Pharaoh. They are hardened like stone. They don't really care. Because if they really cared, they would actually meet the mothers of victims and say, you know what, we're sorry we messed up. We're sorry your sons are dead. How can you make amends? You see, for you to become a leader, you must have empathy and compassion. And they have neither.
How bad is it to, maybe bad is the wrong word. I mean, how crazy would it be to actually listen to what the demands people are making? If we just look back at a year ago when the president did react to the protest that took place on the 25th of June, the initial reaction was one of anger. He did, because how can this happen in a country where I'm leading? The next day, he seemed to tone down a little bit on that initial and said, okay, well, let's have a conversation. And there was, to an extent, there was engagement, right? And we saw this whole fiasco of the broad-based government come out as a result of that, But then we come into this year where he's not addressing it at all. Do you understand? There's no response. There is no reaction. There is no. Maybe we see that there are agents of government who are making statements and saying things, but from him, there's nothing. What would you make of that?
It's very disappointing. One of the reasons why he signed up Raila Odinga on his team was saying, you know what, I'm going to give you justice and you're going to actually be accountable to the events of last year. That hasn't happened. And I wonder what's going through his mind and heart, because he spoke to like Mama Kennedy from Rongai, whose 12-year-old son was killed, and said, I'm going to get you justice, and doesn't follow through. So my concern is, it's not. Sometimes people say, the leader is good, he has bad advisors. But I think it's a choice by him not to say, you know what, I really don't care about the kids who died. All I care is about politics. Because if you have money for state house renovations, continuous renovation, if you have to be able to give 194 billion shillings to Ministry of Interior, you can set aside a small amount to compensate the victims. You can set a small aside to actually say, you know what, let's have a commission of inquiry about the events of last year. Because the grievances of young people are not going to go away. You cannot wish them away. What's going to actually, they're going to morph into radicalization. So these kids, they're coming to the streets and you're shooting them, they're going to come to the street with petrol bombs. They're going to start burning down buildings now by choice. They're going to start raiding police stations. The problem of...
Why, Bonnie?
Because they're becoming radicalized. You're saying if you come near police, you're going to kill you. And what they're going to do is kill or be killed. So the problem we have as a country is that we have a chance for a national dialogue and healing, but they don't see it they don't see it that way.
Many would accuse you of being sensationalist, Bonnie.
I'm not, because some of the people who raided police stations across this country and were burning them down were just angry at the police for shooting at them. They're saying, why are you shooting at us? And that's where you're going to. Even my other fear is, I saw there's a police officer who shot his boss yesterday. And I think one of the things that the government should be very careful about is that these lowly paid officers actually are going to turn guns not onto the Kenyans, but to the political class. Because they're saying, kill the poor people, maybe they're going to kill the rich. You have to be very careful. You don't plant thoughts in people's minds. And this government is just planting thoughts in people's minds. By them asking the police to kill people, they're telling people, you know what, even you can kill police officers. That's the problem right there. What they should be pushing for is rule of law. For example, before last week's protest, the week earlier, there were goons outside City Hall saying, hey, tuko pamoja Sakaja. Why are they not in jail? There's a guy called Sonko and another called Gaucho, who mobilized goons to come to the city. Why have they been arrested? Even people who are robbed the previous week and last week haven't gone to the police. Because how do you go to report goons who are working with the police to the police? You can't do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Boniface, let's talk about activism, and in this sense, from last year's protests, started as anti-tax protests.
Mm-hmm.
Then it has morphed now to accountability, to justice, and like you rightly said, compensation. There's been this conversation, it's sort of like an undertone to what's going on within the movement of infiltration,
Mm-hmm.
and also the idea of sellouts.
Yes.
And what started as a very organic force, and at the time, and we saw you in town telling people, I think it was around 5 p.m., leave the city now, and you were called a sellout. Okay? And some of your colleagues within the activism space or civic space were actually, and we started seeing fallouts. Caswell is now in the States. We started seeing fallouts. And currently, even online after last week's protest, there are these batterings going on within the social space on who is legit, who is not, and who's this. What is going on within that space, and why is this conversation happening now? Because on these other sides, what you see the president do, the president is actually asking, in not so many words, where do you want me to go? What's the formula? So I go now, then what next?
Going is going to go. He has no choice. That's why you should not replace anything. The only thing you should be saying after you say justice, accountability, transparency, Ruto must go. That's civic education. If it's through the ballot or if he resigns, he's going to go. They're not always about it. He's a one-term president, and that has nothing to do with any other person out there. Just saying this man has failed to lead this country very well.
No, his argument was, as you answer my earlier question, just to back up with what you're saying, is the context within what he was saying was, look, there's a constitution, and I have a term, and I'm constitutionally elected. And he's saying, when you go to the streets, you say 1 term or 2 term or whatever. You want to go to State House, you want to do this. I mean, how do you want him to go? That was the question. But you'll answer that. Let's go first to the infiltration.
So Kasmuel, and I wish him all the best in the US. So the movement had leadership. So it was leaderless, but with leadership. There are people who was, what do we do? And that's why there was accountability when people died, the people raising money and doing all these things, and you see Hussein Khalid going for postmortems. There's leadership, actually. Is that why you're not going to come and say, we are the leaders, but they're leaders actually in the movement. And none of the people who were part of the movement last year and even now have sold out. The people who came and became prominent in the space used that as an opportunity for them to rise, and you have no problem with them. It's your life, your choice. So you have no problem with Kasmuel and all that, because you see, he has a right to do whatever he wants to do. What is dangerous in the movement actually is government bringing in misinformation. For example, when you say go and occupy State House, you're occupying to do what? You see, this is very dangerous because people go to State House and then get killed.
So Occupy State House is not the core message of the movement.
No, Ruto must go is actually like overarching message of, because he has to go. And that's civic education. And that's why you say we're going to need a replacement for this president. However, in the meantime, because the man lives in a tax-free house, and his lifestyle is funded by us, he must do the work that he's supposed to do. And that's why we even have petitions. That's why we're making demands upon his office while he's still in office. So the things about, let's go and hang people at Uhuru Park, let's go and do these things, that's just government misinformation, because realize this, we're currently governed by laws. Even if tomorrow Ruto resigns and you want him arrested, he has to be investigated. Then there's a clear channel of how things happen in this country. We're not trying to say let's overthrow the government and then who takes over? You see, don't throw bodies to be killed so that you can make a point. Some of us carry a burden of what we saw in the streets. Knowing the parents whose sons died and we talk to them, we carry that burden in our hearts. So we see beyond a protest. We don't just see a protest as it is. We see what happens next. So we need to have deeper conversations. And I think one of the things that we must do as young people is have just get a political education. So that even when you chant anything, you understand you're chanting that thing.
Do you think a lot of people have that in their minds because we've seen and we've heard that now folks are saying, well, now that this is the response that we've gotten from you, because we know that an answer or silence is an answer.
Yes.
Spoken or not, it's an answer, it's a response. And so they've said, well, if this is the way that you're going to respond to us, if you're going to tell us you're going to come for us, if you're going to tell us, then that has, if anything, hardened our resolve, and that we are resolute in this thing. It doesn't matter, kill us. We have stories of young men who have paid morticians, who've booked a space in a funeral home, who've told their parents, we're going for these protests, you take care of my siblings, but forget about me. Know that there will be a better Kenya. These are things we've heard last week. True. Know that there will be a better Kenya for these ones that you're raising, even if I'm going to be killed in the streets. Those are real conversations that people are having today. So are people now moved by anger or still moved by this reform that they're looking for?
I think it's more anger than anything else. People are just angry about the state of the nation. And then you were very angry about the president who doesn't listen or care about the plight of young people. And that's why they're saying, I'd rather die than continue living in poverty or continue living in a very hopeless situation. And what I wish, and what people are trying to do right now in the movement, is move towards civic education. Let people get a political education, because when you get a political education, you won't be swayed by tribalism politics or money politics. You're going to stay true to the cause.
So, Bonnie, if you look at what has happened so far, we've spoken of not being heard. Kenyans are saying they don't care about us, right? Even when you speak, they will shoot and kill us. There is what is being said that fear has been sold to Kenyans so much that people are afraid of coming out. Is that the case?
So there's fear, yes, there's been sold to people, because when you kill people, people get afraid. But you see, we have a day to destiny, and we're all going to die. So there are people who are going to protest in spite of their fear, and then there are people who are going to politically organize for 2027 to ensure that this man is a one-term president. So even as we agitate in the streets, we're doing a political movement to ensure that the people who get to the ballot are not the people who are ruining this country, but are people who care about this country. That we must replace the entire leadership, the entire political class that is present in power right now must all be replaced. And that's why there's so much resistance, because even the politicians themselves who are members of parliament or MCAs or senators and governors know that you're not going to survive the tsunami that is coming. And that's why they don't talk about the plight of young people, because they know very well these young people are going to punish them. But let me say this, that is very important. Soon it's going to be very fair game. The radicalization of young people, it's going to be very, very fair game very soon if they continue killing us, for people to start exposing politicians' kids for them to be killed. It's going to be very fair game. I want to say this without stammering or stuttering. The same Ruto or Murkomen is saying, go kill those kids. Very soon you're going to know who Murkomen kids are, who his wife is, and say, you know what, if you kill our kids, your kids are going to be fair game. Those kids are writing obituaries. we're going to take one for the team. So be very careful what you say, because once you unleash this thing, Ruto may think he's safe, but Charlene goes out. She'll be found. Just saying those things out here, because we can't live in fear because they have police protection. They think that they're safe.
Oh, it sounds like something that we want to be very cautious about saying as well, Bonnie, because we're saying essentially that, do two wrongs make a right in this case? Because we're saying that, there will be a retaliatory kind of thing.
The thing about, right now there's a boy called Yangui who's still missing. He was picked from his mother's house. No, he was picked from his house by DC officers. He's still missing. And we know very well the government has that young boy. What did he do? He shared a State House program. What you're going to do when you go to State House. Why? It's a criminal offense. Arrest him, charge him in court, let him go through the due process. But don't put him in a hellhole to go and torture him. And I'm saying this even if I die tomorrow, if I don't live long enough, the seeds you're planting right now will germinate. The chickens will come home to roost. So you have to be very careful where you want the country to go. Take the country through anarchy. These young kids have access to information from the touch of a button. They'll find you.
But Bonnie,
don't do that.
But Bonnie, what do you think? Because you've had this experience.
I'm saying this as a cautionary tale to the president and his Murkomeno. These guys who have no shame when they say kill our kids. Be very careful, because you shall be found as well.
I mean, Boniface, you are in Tanzania. You've gone through this. My question is, these people are intelligent. They're not stupid. They know what they're doing. When they go arrest a young kid and they detain the young kid, they abduct the young kid, keep the young kid for days. What's the end game?
Fear. They are just trying to ensure that no one speaks up. If you speak up, they smack your head. But you're gonna end up getting people so radicalized they have no fear anymore. And that's why they're going to raid police stations and ban police stations. And you have to just say, let's pause. Let's just take a pause and say, no, we can't go into anarchy. And then you dial back and say, 1 year ago, this happened. How do you get people arrested for what they did? Hold people accountable for their actions. You see, the problem is they're trying to say there are two sets of law. Goons hired by the politicians can get away with murder. And then peaceful protesters can be shot dead. We can't live like that. That's why actually people are beating up goons. Because they're saying, you know what? If you don't arrest the goons, you're going to kill the goons. And that's anarchy. I don't know what Kanja is doing in office. Because Kanja should be running the police properly. Not walking around doing a catwalk with the Murkomen in the streets.
But if these orders are coming from above, he's also following orders.
But he's supposed to be independent.
So even as we talk about police and their operations, Boni, there is one would hope that in any jurisdiction that we are able to run to the police.
Mm-hmm.
Can this be repaired at the moment?
In Kenya, my friend, you don't even run. Unajua kulikuwa na wimbo it was Kalamashaka, nikimilie nani? Polisi hapana, jambazi hapana. Like you're like, where do I run to? Because you're not safe in either hands. And that's a problem. Because what's happened right now, the events of the last 2 weeks and even the past 1 year are eroding confidence with the police. We no longer trust the police because we realize these police don't work for us, they work for politicians. And that's bad. We need to trust our police officers. I need to know that if I go to the police station, I'm going to be safe. There was a story about someone who was mugged in Nakuru. Went to the police station, found the person who had mugged him was the police officer at the report office. Yeah? So what do we do? The question is actually, as we need to actually reflect, what do we do as a country?
And is it okay to be in a place where that question is being asked? Because there's a lot of demand right now on, on the protest. And I say that because it's not on a particular person, or maybe it is the movement. There's a lot of demand at the moment in terms of, so where does this go from here for the country? Because it would appear as on one side that the broad-based government was a panacea to all of this and that was sorted out, but it's very clear on another level, on the other side, that it wasn't. That is not the answer to what we are looking for. That Kenyans are looking for an opportunity to survive in an atmosphere where it's promised to you by the supreme law. So with a protest where people died again and that people were injured, and that unfortunately we see an escalation of that kind of violence, then the question becomes, what do people do next? What would happen next for the push for better governance or better operations to continue?
So I know there are plans to do. I've seen online to mark Sabasaba. People want to go to the streets. Allow them to protest. I know there's a bill going to Parliament to stop protests and make it person who organize a protest are liable if there's any destruction. Those are defeatist bills. I think what we need Kasongo to do is to listen to the Kenyan people. Just listen for once. Don't be feral. Don't harden your heart. Just listen and say what do they want. For example, they are like trying to raise money to pay for surgeries for people stuck in hospitals. Just say the government is going to take care of bills of everyone who was injured, funeral expenses for everyone who was killed, and then let's have a conversation. And you see everything that there's a thing about people saying, who do you talk to in the movement? The movement is leaderless.
Yes.
There's a constitution. Everything we're asking for doesn't need a personality in the room to engage with the constitution. Everything that you're demanding, actually, the demands are very clear, that you don't need a broker or someone that you can bribe to engage with you. You don't need someone to come to State House to meet with you. No. The demands are very clear. Kenyans are saying these are the demands. Just follow the demands. For example, the women who lost their sons, some of them don't even want to meet Ruto. Ruto murdered their kids. What they were asking for, give us justice. And if you can't, compensate. Because some of them, that was their only child, their only hope. So some of this money will help them pay some bills. But they don't want to meet with you. So this whole agitation that you have in the streets, no one wants to meet the president. We don't care.
What happens next, Bonnie? It's been clear that what happened last Wednesday was a coup attempt. Officially speaking.
I hope they arrest the coup plotters.
Let's hope they will. So what happens next? The agitation continues, but how does this conversation then move? Not just from, on the social space, but also on the streets because of the kind of anarchy we saw on Wednesday. What now happens next?
So I think people need to do village bunge la mwananchi in the community. I think young people need to regroup again and start study groups and study the Kenya movement, study the fight for multi-party democracy, and see how we removed Kanu from power. So we need a political education, actually. I think one of the things, and study classes, so that we're now going to fight using ideology, not just zeal and passion. We need to understand that Ruto is going to go, whether he likes it or not. And that will have to be through a democratic process, whether it's a ballot revolution or he resigns from power. But what comes after Ruto goes? Because you need to prepare for that.
Yes.
Because if you're not prepared for that, you're going to get the same kind of leaders who don't care about us. So we need to think about a transition. Who among the people who are vying right now who stand a chance to represent Kenya very well? Who is that is running who is not corrupt, has never killed anyone, has never been a super CS, was a super thief? Who is that person? Then you go that. And then the other thing about this country, people like talking about the Chinese Communist Party. And the Chinese Communist Party is not, it's CCP, right? Is not an individual run. It's a committee.
Yeah.
And this country to go forward must run by a committee.
Yeah.
People who are saying collectively are going to run this country. There was an attempt by that when Raila was running and there was a Pentagon. He brought in like 5-6 leaders saying they're coming together. I think the next coalition of leaders who are going to change this country are going to be a group of people and say now this country needs like it's like a surgery. In a surgery you get all kind of doctors in a surgery room. Who plays what role to heal our country and to fix our country?
Isn't that going to lead us to the conversation of shares and shareholding? Because that's the conversation that came from how Kenya Kwanza came in, and you had all these political leaders who came together. From Western, we had Musalia Mudavadi, we had Moses Wetangula. From Central or Mount Kenya, we had Gachagua. From Coast, we had Kingi. You had all these people who came together, again, like the Pentagon.
So Kingi accused of stealing money in Kilifi, Wetangula, gold scam, Rigathi was in court for crimes. Like everyone had a scandal to come together. Is it possible to get people who have no scandal to come together to fix this country? Because the problem is the eating class wants to stay in power. That's why they make coalitions and they fund each other. One of Rigathi's biggest pain is that he funded Ruto and Ruto never paid back. So we need to move away from money politics into issue politics, and people love this country. And it is very possible because these young people have dreamt of a better Kenya that is not tribal. So let us not let them down.
Boniface Mwangi, thank you for being here this morning. And our hope is also that you're healing better everywhere.
Pole too. I think the body, I still have my fractures are healing, but my heart and mind, man, is messed up. Pole too. So that is going to take a bit of work.
It'll take some time.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here and all that you do. Thanks for sharing this conversation. It's necessary for us to talk it out. Necessary for us to have the discourse. And that's why we do it. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
At 8:01. Good morning.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Senate is set to start the process of examining the impeachment of Isiolo Governor Abdi Guyo following charges laid by members of the Isiolo County Assembly. Senate Speaker Amason Kingi has convened a special sitting this morning to hear the accusations brought against Governor Guyo. The House will then determine whether to establish an 11-member special committee to investigate the matter and report back within 10 days, or alternatively to require the governor's appearance before the full Senate in plenary. Governor Guyo was impeached last Thursday when the county assembly passed a motion calling for his removal. Among the charges laid was Guyo's alleged failure to meet revenue targets, despite Isiolo County receiving the third lowest revenue allocation nationally. He was also criticized for maintaining an inflated executive structure, reportedly comprising 36 advisors and 31 chief officers. Activist Boniface Mwangi has blamed the government for the chaos, vandalism, looting and arson attacks witnessed during last Wednesday's nationwide protest. He was speaking when he appeared on the ongoing Situation Room show here on SpiceFM. According to the activist, the government wants Kenyans to hate protesters and allowed goons to infiltrate Wednesday's peaceful protests in a calculated move to stop them from participating in future demos.
They allowed infiltration of goons to come to the city and to come and cause havoc. A week earlier, during Alberto Juang's protest, the same thing actually happened. The goons are known, the people who are the goons are known, but they don't want to go after those the owners of the goons, because if they do that, then people are going to be able to protest again. What they're trying to do right now is to make it very dangerous for anyone to hold a protest, because you'll be shot by the police, and if you survive, you're going to get raped. All this benefits the government, no one else.
Mwangi further called on President William Ruto's administration to stop playing politics and instead address the issues raised by protesters, including prosecution of killer police officers and compensation of victims of police brutality.
The problem is, it becomes now my community against your community. If you look at the members of parliament who are online and saying, oh, my community was targeted, the things were for this community, it's a lie. People suffered, and I really wish that they cared about the victims, because we have about 19 dead, over 400 shot. No one is talking about the victims. We're just talking about property, because this country values property more than human life. And because people get emotional, because all of us grew up poor, you get emotional, you hear your car was burnt, your shop was looted. So you're far removed if you don't lose a life, because it's not my life, it's somebody else's life. But if you had given the kids who died last year justice, this wouldn't have happened.
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has absolved himself from blame that he funded goons to infiltrate Gen Z protests. Gachagua, who was speaking during a televised interview last night, also took a swipe at Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen over his claims that a coup was in the offing. Gachagua said Murkomen would not have walked on the streets of Nairobi in the first place if he knew too well of an attempted coup. According to Gachagua, Murkomen is a young, excited cabinet secretary full of himself because of money and power. Early on Sunday, Gachagua denied claims that he sponsored goons who went on the rampage during last Wednesday's protests.
All the shops that were looted at night under police supervision were marked in green are shops owned by people from the Mount Kenya region. Hizo nasikia polisi ilichomwa Kikuyu. Ni uongo. Who can attack a police station? You have nothing, you have no gun, polisi wako pale wana bunduki. Ati inamesekana ati watu wameingia polisi, ati wamechoma police station wameenda. How? All those things imepangwa ndio vijana wetu waangaishwe.
Israel has ordered Palestinians to evacuate from parts of northern Gaza ahead of increased military action as US President Donald Trump pushes for a ceasefire deal. People in neighborhoods across Gaza City and Jabalia have been told to move south towards the coastal area of Al-Mawasi as Israeli military operations intensify and expand westward. At least 86 people were killed as the result of Israeli attacks in the 24 hours before midday on Sunday, the Hamas-run health ministry said. 3 children were among those killed in a strike on the so-called safe zone of Al-Mawasi, their parents said. Trump has reiterated calls to make the deal in Gaza and get the hostages back. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab
the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
It's 7 minutes after 8 o'clock. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation this Monday, the 30th of June, 2025. And June looked like that month that was going to go quickly. But in this month alone, the things that have happened are unbelievable. And we're getting into conversations around those things. Ndu Dennis and Dennis with you this morning. And joining us in the hot seat this morning as we continue this conversation is the party leader of the Third Way Alliance, Dr. Ekuru Okoh. Good morning.
Good morning, though. How are you?
Very well. How
been
are you
a while.
doing? It has.
Yeah.
How are things?
Well, been trying to understand the country. I know sometimes when things get hotter, you need to have some reflection.
We have to take a minute and recognize your outfit today. It's splendid.
I'm going for my daughter's graduation, so
you have to look the part.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Let's start there.
So they say black is not a good color.
Who said?
I think
black is the new
blends with me.
Like they say, black don't crack, bro.
Oh,
black don't crack.
Yeah, and thanks for the compliment. Yeah, so I think a lot has been happening in the country. I mean, I stayed a little bit away from the media kidogo. Been busy traveling also and doing a lot of litigation.
Well, while you were away, hey, things happened and things were said. And there's something we want to get into that conversation today from a legal and political perspective, and then also getting into a country, social, community perspective, essentially what is happening. And people are wondering, should we be worried? Should we be scared? We'll look into that in just a minute. Dennis is going to welcome you with today's proverb, and he'll tell you where that's from.
Yes.
And we love your interpretation of the same.
Yes.
You took over from CT.
Big shoes, I say. Good student, though. Yeah. So today we're in Burundi. Burundi, whose capital moved from Bujumbura. You know the capital?
Yes, it's called, what's the name?
Gitega. Yes. So it's a country that gained independence from the Belgians in 1962, became a republic in 1966. It is a country that has also gone through, we talk about ethnic fights between the Hutus and Tutsis. Today it is being ranked as one of the poorest countries in the world pretty much, and one would hope that with the bloc that is the East African community, perhaps we could all do something to ensure that the bloc gets to grow together. And our proverb today is the child of a snake is a snake. In Swahili they would say mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka. How would you interpret that?
Wow. I think, do I take a political perspective or
it's your interpretation?
Remember, your interpretation is never wrong.
I think if we were to contextualize it in our context, in our Kenyan context, what we are seeing manifesting itself politically today is reflects a history that we've traveled quite for some time. So I think the current administration we're seeing in Kenya here, in a way, sort of reflects those misgivings we have had in the past, and maybe that for me is the political interpretation I'll give it. Mtoto wa nyoka ni nyoka. You have got KANU surrogates now in charge of the government. We are back to some very unpleasant conversations in the country, including, and I'm sure we'll talk about the shoot to kill order and it takes us back memory lane. Like, are we sliding back to those dark ages? So I think things haven't changed. You can't change the son of a snake from. Maybe it's a resemblance. It could have some level of resemblance, but it's still a snake.
It's still a snake at the end of the day.
At the end of the day.
Well, so we get into it, and thank you for that interpretation, because that's it really. They can't expect it to be anything more than what it actually is presenting. And even as we get into this conversation today, a day after the protest, we did hear the Cabinet Secretary for Internal Security and Administration say a number of things. And I think all of us were taken aback when we were in chagrin and we were like, what on earth has he just said? No sooner had he said it and people were met with shock that he repeated the same in a different forum. And so I often say, and I guess it's just common sense, that if you repeat something in the same manner that you said it the first time, then there's an element of seriousness that you were then applying to it, and that those who are listening to you should also take you seriously. Thereafter, we did hear the perennial thing that he had been misquoted. And that is not exactly what he meant. But before we get into this conversation, I just want to play what he said, and then we can get into what an interpretation of that might have been, and what the law actually allows you to say or not say. Let's hear what he did say.
Meambia polisi, mtu yoyote mwenye atakaribia police station, piga yeye risasi. Mtu yoyote mwenye anatupiwa mawe polisi, anataka kuua polisi, ati atakuja kubembelezwa. Wanafikiria bunduki ni madasi. Lakini wananchi wa area hapa mwenye anakuja kuripoti, mwenye amekuja kukosea nini, mwenye amefanya nini, anaandikiwa, unapeleka kotini, hiyo anapelekwa kotini. Lakini mtu mwenye anakuja kuchukua bunduki, mtu ameshakuja police station, anataka kuchukua ofisi ya serikali, anataka kuchukua bunduki, anataka kukujia maisha yako, pita na yeye. Hiyo kesi nyingine hiyo mimi ndio nitasimamia. Bora hujatoka hapa ati kwa sababu ya nini umeenda hapa nje kutafuta mtu ya kuua, hapana. Lakini mtu amekuja police station, ametaka amari, anataka bunduki, anataka maisha yako. Hapana bwana, hata kama ni madharau, hata kama mtu anadharau polisi, usikubali upigwe ati wewe umepigwa marungu na wewe ni askari uko na bunduki. Hiyo itakuwa ni bure. Fanya kabisa yenye utaweza. Tutafanya hiyo kesi nyingine baadaye. Tumemenisikia? Yes sir. Yeah, we will defend you, we will support you. We cannot allow our country. Kama sio nyinyi jameni, hii watu wenye wanafanyia nyinyi madharau na kuongea Kiingereza mingi na wanaishi huko Karen, kama sio nyinyi hii nchi ingekuwa kweli. And I'm saying this with all humility. I cannot order an Inspector General of Police on anything because the Constitution denies me to do so. And I did not order the Inspector General or any police officer to carry out any extrajudicial anywhere. Your Excellency, what I did was to state the law. And as a lawyer, I have studied, read this law, and I understand what the law says. And what I told the police officers is, if you will not find me anywhere where I said somebody should be shot to be killed, you will not find me anywhere where I said that a police officer should take orders from myself. No. I restated the law and reminded them what the law says. And for the benefit of those, Your Excellency, who have been speaking out there, I want to read for them the National Police Service Act, Section 61(2), and Schedule, particularly Schedule 6B1. Your Excellency is very clear on the use of firearm.
Okay.
Wow.
We will hear in a little bit what Raila Odinga actually did say about that. But so in the first part, we did hear what he said. And I believe the words he used was, ukiona akikaribia police station, pita na yeye.
Akikaribia.
Yeah, akikaribia, pita na yeye. He went on there later to characterize it and said, mtu akiingia kuchukua armory, ama amekuja kuchukua bunduki, then you can go ahead, pita na yeye. In any of these two cases, where does the law apply here?
First of all, let me just say, it's actually very embarrassing to listen to a lawyer speak like that, or a supposed lawyer, because he could have attended a law school, but maybe did not understand the law. And I think for me, to be honest, Kipchumba Murkomen is an embarrassment to the legal profession based on those terms. First of all, he imagines a case where a member of the public goes to take hammering. Where is the evidence for that as a lawyer? Nobody even made such an attempt. Number two, to say that if you come closer, Ukikaribia police station, it's a public space. You know, what is wrong with a member of the public going to a police station? Ukikaribia. So, I mean, you know, it doesn't even make sense that if you go closer to a police, unless I'm a Kiswahili kidogo ndio English interpretation. Ukikaribia. So what is offensive about that? And he says he is reading the law. Where in the law does it say that if you come closer to a police station, then you must be arrested or you must be shot at? So I think for me, what Murkomen is doing is terrible, is a reflection of the poor, pathetic leadership that we have in this country today. And for President William Ruto, unashamedly, this is the face of his government. You know, this is the face of his government. So today you have Kimchua Murkomen and some of those people who, and some of them are not even elected, actually speaking for government. And he, the president himself, has said nothing about that. And that's the tragedy in our country today. And if you recall, for example, what even happened in Tanzania to the Boniface Mwangi and the others, our president even went ahead and apologized to another state that actually tortured our own nationals. You know, so this is it reflects very badly on the image of our country. Yeah, and you know, today we know that our president is being associated with rebels, I don't know, M23, some of the killer guys in Sudan and all that. So that is the image. So when you hear a minister for Interior, who is supposed to protect all of us, we're supposed to have confidence in Mr. Kipchumba Murkomen. But when he speaks like that, first of all, when he says he's read the law, Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya is crystal clear. As long as people are protesting peaceably, and that's the language in the law, you know, then you don't have to. Why? For example, I see an image here of this fellow who was shot. He was just standing selling masks. Today, honestly, what has happened to those police officers?
Yeah.
The man was just standing, and they shot him. And we all saw it. So,
but looks like it's not really Murkomen speaking, because he said, just to quote him again, to take it beyond what we've just heard in that clip, he said, and he was addressing now to the police, is within this public space, surrounded by the public, but he was saying, addressing the police and saying, unatoroka tu wakati unaona ile yenye uko nayo, hata ukipeleka 5-6 bado ni wengi, lakini iko vijinga ingine watu 10-20 wewe. So what he was trying to say is, you only run if you feel you don't have enough bullets to clear the people who are actually pursuing you. But then he went further and said, na hii sio yangu peke yake, ni amri kutoka juu. That's what he said.
Yeah, so amri kutoka juu, and that's why for me I connected is what he said with the top leadership in the country, because it's a reflection. Amri kutoka juu inaza kutoka kwa nani? In terms of the pecking orders, obviously, his appointing authority is the President of the Republic of Kenya. You know, so he actually says, confirming that is the President who has given him that okay. And the President has not disputed, has not distanced himself from what his minister, his cabinet secretary has said. You know, so he is confirming it is President William Ruto actually who is giving the orders.
Ekuru, you played an important role in drafting the Constitution 2010. And as we talk about the constitutionalism, the rule of law in the country, one would hope that the leadership of the country, including the police, would just play by the book and the rules. But today here we are talking in terms of the Constitution has been butchered so much, has been disrespected so much that those with the responsibility don't really care. What does this do to the trust that Kenyans have that those in leadership will play by the book?
You know, for me, I am not surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised, because let's go back to the referendum of 2005 and the people who actually opposed that referendum. You know, and let's go back to 2010, just before the promulgation of the Constitution. President William Ruto led a no campaign against the will of the people of Kenya. And Kenyans, about 70% actually voted for this Constitution. And I was, yes, in that team. And we went around the country. And I remember we had just come from the post-election violence of 2007, 2008. And to be honest, we all believed at that time that Kenya was in the cusp of renewal. There was some renewal in the country. There was agitation, you know, all question of inclusion. If you read the Constitution from chapter 1 all through, you can actually see this is the change Kenyans wanted. And if you look again at read Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, it's very clear that all sovereign power and authority vests in the people of Kenya, meaning that the government of the day is actually an employee of the people. And so when I hear narratives like, let's wait until 2027, I think 2027 is too far for me to wait.
That tired.
Yeah? No, Kenyans are tired everywhere. I mean, you look, I mean, for example, I know we may not have all the time to go through some of the issues that are happening. Talk to anybody on the street. They will tell you that this country or government or institutions are now being tribalized. I'm not afraid to say people are now seeing my Kalenjin friends as an enemy because the person in government today, leadership, is from that community. And so if you look at some of the things, for example, the appointments, is it the acting CEO of TSC? It's a big debate out there. They might want to pretend it's not happening, but it's happening. And now people are seeing it from the prism of a Kalenjin just being promoted. You're changing the rules in the middle of the game. Why? So a lot of things are going wrong. And it's not what was intended in the Constitution of Kenya today. I am doing a case. From me, actually, I'm going to court over the impeachment of the governor of Isiolo. I'm in a team of lawyers. But some of the things that have come out from the ground is that there is a lot of interference from the government, that they are interested in this governor staying in the seat. So the top leadership in this country, honestly, is looking terrible. And it's not just leadership, guys in government today. Even the so-called opposition, people who have claimed to be opposition for the longest time, are not speaking about the issues that Kenyans actually want to hear. So the only opposition today in Kenya actually is the people of Kenya. It's the people themselves.
So you're saying 2027 is very far?
It's too far.
But the president said, if the call is Ruto must go, then tell me how you want me to go.
Not if. The call is there. I mean, the call is there. I have never seen a disrespected political leader in the history of our country like Ruto. Even small kids call him now names. They call him Mwizi. For me, it ridicules our government. We're being ridiculed. I mean, I'm sure, these days I don't watch news because I find news very depressing to watch. So if I want to get my update, I just go to social media. And you can see, for example, what...
That's not depressing? Social media is not depressing?
At least I can get a quick update than watching this kind of news bulletins about the Minister for Interior giving an order to shoot to kill. So let me just catch up with social media.
But the president's context was, just to break that a bit, his context was going out to the streets, the mayhem, the destruction, the deaths, the anarchy that we saw, and the attempted coup is not the way to get him out. So he's saying whether it's one term, it's two term. The question he was asking, tell me how you want me to go.
But by the way, there are many ways he can go. He can even resign today. Why can't he even put a resignation now that it's clear, actually, he's a very unpopular president? Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya was one of the most genius things about our country. Leadership and integrity. And the specific articles there speak about you not demeaning the office you hold. Bring respect to the people. So if you're truly a leader, somebody with integrity, and you realize that, I'm being ridiculed, hata watoto siku hizo wananicheka, wananitukana, you don't have to hang on to the office. You resign. So when president says, how do you want me to go? Resignation is one way. He can actually go. And in fact, I don't even know why he is waiting, what he is waiting for. Because honestly, I don't know about you guys, but sometimes, I just decide to take a Uber, speak to watchmen, askaris. I don't know where Ruto is going to get his votes in 2027. I do not know. Unless he pulls one miracle. And I know he's not a prophet. So this government is so unpopular, from the teachers, from pay slips. You are reading people's pay slips. You are going and, there are many things to talk about. So that the popularity of this government is in question.
Sure.
And if that is in question, so it's ridiculous of the president to ask Kenyans, how do you want me to go?
It's interesting that you're here because we did talk about, you being part of the team that went, constitution making is it's no mean feat. It is not at all. It is not a joke. Because essentially what you're doing is that you're putting into place the very rules and regulations that an entire nation and its leadership will be governed by, not just for a day, but for time, until by way of referendum, anything within that supreme law then is changed. It's heavy stuff that we're talking about. And you are part of that team. And so here, when we are here saying that, there's certain questions that are already being asked. Now, whether the president asked that question in jest or whether he was very serious when he said, okay, guys, I've been hearing this for the longest time and you're telling me that you want me to go. But then how do I do that? What essentially you're saying is that the formulas are there.
Yeah.
You know what to do should you be required to do so. Or if you feel by personal conviction that you should. Something else that has come up is that the whole nation, or at least people across border, are up in arms and they're saying, you know what, we've had enough. But the same people contributed to having the president in that seat, voted for him, and have admitted to doing just so. Is it possible that along the line you change your mind?
You see, I don't think there's any crime or offense when you to go and elect a government is an obligation, is a duty, for every citizen. But it doesn't mean you close your eyes when that government goes wrong. Gachagua was also elected alongside President William Ruto. Was he not impeached? Because they felt that he was no longer an able deputy to the president. So the same parliament can actually today, even instead of just complaining and lamenting, they can also impeach William Ruto. So that's another way of Ruto going.
But are there grounds, political and legal grounds to impeach Ruto?
The failure of government is the strongest ground you can ever have. There is a lot of disapproval of this government across the board. I'm sure you can take your mic today and walk in the streets and ask Kenyans, what do you think of this government? There is total disapproval of this government. It's been false promises, a lot of lies. Even when we talked about the issue, for example, of the affordable housing, the formula on how to distribute those houses is not there. Now you're introducing something called SHA, whatever the case may be. You're not telling us what was wrong with the NHIF at that time. So a lot of things are actually collapsing in this country. And I think if the president and the government actually care so much about the integrity or even just going into the books of history in this country, I mean, they could actually just exit. It won't be the first government to exit. I mean, I think I can't remember which country that was where the entire government resigned. And today, with this government resigning, that's the easiest formula. Let Wetangula, the Speaker of the National Assembly, because he's third in the pecking orders, organize for an election within 60 days and let Kenyans go into an election and give a fresh mandate. So if you betray the will of your people, I mean, and I'm happy you brought the question of the Constitution. The Constitution is the highest moral ground in any country. It's the highest law in the land. So if you violate that Constitution, and there are many instances when this government has violated the Constitution, including, for example, even just the deployment of our police officers to Haiti, it's still a violation. We won that case, and it defied the court orders. So this is not a government that people can say we are confident. And by the way, yes, we went and voted. But what difference is there even today whether you voted William Ruto or Raila Odinga or Wajakoya? They're all in the same bed today. So I think the leadership in our country has become a circus. And I hope as many of us as possible. So when I was coming here, somebody was calling me and telling me, why is Raila so quiet? And I'm now going to throw this challenge back to Kenyans. Why are you not speaking? Why do you expect only one person to speak for you?
And as we have this conversation on Ruto must go sour, the government bolts up, there's how he can go. He goes, fine. Then what? Is the question.
If he goes, we go seek a fresh mandate for a new government. That's the obvious outcome. So people must go and vote. And by the way, it's not rocket science. I don't know why guys are saying 2027. No, if Ruto resigns today, the constitution is very clear. Wetangula takes charge to organize an election. At least they've been using the excuse that we don't have an IBC, which of course is a lie. It's a lie. We never had commissioners, but we had an IBC. For example, on the question of, say, registration of voters alone, the Constitution, I think, must be Article 88, is very crystal clear that the registration is a continuous exercise. And it's being done by the Secretariat, not commissioners. You don't need a policy decision to register a Kenyan at the time they turn 18. My daughter turned 18 last year, 19, and to date, they have not been registered as voters. Then they're given a temporary ID. Since when did you hear that your national identity actually expires after, I think, 10 years.
Do you expire being a Kenyan?
It does, yes.
Yeah.
Do you expire as a Kenyan? So a lot of things are very wrong in the country. And yes, the Ruto must go is a reality on the ground. People are talking about it everywhere. And I think maybe it is a call for him to introspect himself and say, okay, do I still want to continue as the leader of this country or not? That's also an option. He can actually, after all, he says he's a religious man. So if you fear, if you read the Bible, ogopa watu wamesema wakutaki, you must go. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with Ruto must go slogan. So it's a reflection of what people feel about you. So now go and search your soul. I say, do I still want to hang around here? If a marriage is becoming messy, leave it.
What do you think went wrong, Doc?
Yeah?
Because here we are looking, we've had this conversation for, I mean, I don't, the cement was still wet on the inauguration in 2022, and already before 100 days, we already started to hear complaints. What do you think went wrong? Because by the time we got to 2023 and then we got into the mid of the year, we were full blown into Ruto must go already. What went wrong?
I think, of course, in any political contestation, so you make promises to the people, and people somehow buy into your promises, into your beliefs. But then, of course, there is expectation. If you tell me you're going to do A, B, C, D, you're going to protect us, you're going to deliver this and that, and then you don't deliver, let me draw an analogy here. If your staff today, even your domestic worker steals from you or breaks the rules of your house, do you still keep them? So where we have reached as a country is to say, we now need to invoke Article 1 of the Constitution, where we, the people, can exercise our power independently or through elected representatives. Now, if your elected representative fails you, and in this case we are talking about government of the day, if they fail you, do you still keep them? If your employee steals from you, messes up your business, do you still keep them? That's the basic question that Kenyans are now saying. We believed, because William Ruto came with this narrative, this rosy narrative of wheelbarrow, mtu wa mjengo, mama mboga, and all that. Now they are betrayed. It's a fact of life that those people are actually feeling betrayed. You are now raiding their pay slips. You are lying to them that the NHIF that used to work for us, now we are changing it to something else. Corruption has become order of the day. And when you listen to ministers by day like Akina Murkomen speak, the arrogance, for heaven's sake, you can see. You can see the arrogance, the entitlement. You see, this is insulting to Kenyans, just on the face of it. So, when you ask the question, what went wrong, we were lied to. But it's okay. He came in, even you can't also question, I don't know. I don't want to draw a very strange analogy, but let me know that. So, when people feel that they are lied to by a government, the promises they were given are not being fulfilled, it's perfectly right for them to say, you must exit the scene. Yeah.
Okay.
And that is what went wrong, because the promises were actually lies right from the very beginning.
So before that, we saw that, and even at the time that Rigathi Gachagua was still the deputy president, and after the election, where there was a clear, for all intents and purposes, whether it was perception or not, that there was a loss by Raila Odinga, there was a very overt sentiment that there would never be any kind of power sharing. There's nothing like nusu mkate. Hata hakuna mkate. There was no bread even for you to say that there was going to be half a loaf of bread. There was nothing. And that was reiterated over and over. But along the line, come June 25th, then they said, actually, you know what? Perhaps we can actually do this thing. And then suddenly Raila Odinga, who was in the opposition before, became brother, So the broad-based government then was formed as perhaps a panacea.
No, let's not call it broad-based. It's blood-based government, because we've lost many young people right from last year based on this government, and the people who are saying that they joined government for purposes of unity are actually lying. They are complicit in the killings that we have experienced. So this is a blood-based government. Let's not call it broad-based, because what is broad about it?
So for all intents and purposes, what it was meant to do was that it was supposed to bring people together and sort out issues. Raila Odinga then, over time, just kind of went along with government, and they are doing whatever it is that they're doing. he had a different sentiment. And because these things that we hear, and I keep saying that sentiments that, or expressions that people make, comments that they make, directives that they give, can all find their root in what the political position really is. And I wanted us to hear what Raila Odinga had to say about this shooting incident, or rather what police should or should not do, shoot to kill, and we can come back and then draw from that particular imagery. Just a minute.
Anybody giving instruction to a police officer that, kama mtu na karibia police station, piga risasi. My shame. Shame on you. Shame on you. We should not encourage taking away of life in a way which is not constitutional. If somebody has committed a crime, that person should be subjected to law. Arrest that person and take him to a court of law, charge him, and let the court find him guilty and then sentence him. This is the civilized society. That is the society that we want today. And therefore, we condole with those people who have.
So, anybody who did this, who said this, according to what Raila Odinga is saying, must be out of their mind. But you form government with these individuals who said these things. So if imagery is anything to go by, how do we pick up on this? If this government was formed to be a counter to the uprisings that we had been seeing in 2024, and here we are starting to hear such sentiments coming out very clearly, does it speak further, or is it just surface level?
The bigger question, though, is that for the longest time in this country, we've been dealing with political conmanship. Actually, it seems to be the only thing I agree with Miguna when he talks about political conmen in our context. It's all, and with that political conmanship, you need to look at the history of this individual. And I think one of the things that Kenyans have refused to move away from is to discuss 1, 2, 3 only personalities. Kenya is a country of 60 million Kenyans, and we are so stuck on discussing either what I call the political cartels. Today you're discussing either Uhuru Kenyatta, you're talking about Raila Odinga, you're talking about Ruto, then you go on to talk about their surrogates. Now there's talk of Matiang'i and I don't know who else. Yet these people have all been in government, and Kenyans have experienced their bad leadership over many decades. So we have actually refused to move away from discussing these personalities. So even when Raila says that, of course, Raila and his team are also very dishonest people as an opposition. They have claimed that they are the opposition. Why have they not brought even a motion of impeachment of President William Ruto? Secondly, they keep on denying they are not in government. When it's clear that actually they are fraternizing with a government that is killing. And the whole question of just dishonesty. You can't be fraternizing with somebody who is killing our children. For me now, speaking as a parent, I feel terrible that our children just armed with a Kenyan flag and a phone and chanting we are peaceful and then being shot. For example, this guy was just selling masks and shot in the head. What was the reason for that? There's no way I can associate myself with such a government. And I think the so-called opposition are very cosmetic in this country. It's a dead institution. In fact, the reason actually I think things are going, astray in this country, I think the only hope for me, at least because I still practice law, is probably the judiciary. The executive and the legislature are political Siamese twins. There is no difference between the two of them. As a matter of fact, I think the National Assembly is actually an extension of the executive. And that's where things are going wrong. We have failed on the whole question of representation, legislating for society, and oversighting government. We don't feel that as a people. And those are the things that have actually gone wrong. If the highest law in the land, the Constitution, is not being respected as clearly is, things will go bad. And this is why I think I'm not advocating for a coup, but I think there's going to be a people's revolution against any regime that actually fails. And I like to use this example. I mean, I admire Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso and what he's doing in his country, how he has turned around that country. You can see how popular he is. It does not matter whether he is a military officer or not, but the man has been able to clear the debt of Burkina Faso, creating jobs. He has got some, huge projects that are happening. And so when people hide behind democracy, yeah, but you're doing the opposite of what democracy was supposed to give you, then you're the most dishonest human being. Like up today, I don't even know, Ruto hasn't even explained why, for example, he impeached his former deputy president.
Well, he
said he had nothing to do with it.
Yeah. He said
very clearly he had nothing to do with it.
Of course, he has everything to do with it. I mean, we may have been born at night, but it wasn't last night. So we know these things. His lieutenant. Look, today there's no. I mean, he can't be in a position such as William Ruto or even Raila Odinga. And then when your lieutenants speak in a certain way, and then you distance yourself from it. No, I mean, come on, CCC Wajinga.
It's been said that the political class, how they do things, how they behave, and everything from character is a reflection of the people. Could I be right if I say that even Kenyans, like you're saying, this leadership is dishonest, that we are all actually dishonest with ourselves? Because, case in point, you look at the person of Raila Odinga, his associations with past regimes. So the disappointment currently and why people want him to speak is at different times he has aligned with the people he wanted to dethrone. He worked with Moi, worked with Kibaki, worked with Uhuru. Now he's working with Ruto.
He's actually the longest. Raila has actually worked with all governments except the Kenyatta one. But he also, I think, worked with the Kenyatta one by virtue of his father having been the first vice president of the country. So, and that's why I'm saying, as we analyze the failures of this government and the people we're now calling the political class, let's all go look at history. Yes. Where have they come from? These are. In fact, there's a rumor that Raila and Ruto are in-laws. I don't know how true it is. But
for crying out loud.
I said it's a rumor.
Okay.
So they are relatives.
It stays a rumor until it's confirmed.
Yes. But the question really for me is this, that if you look at all these people, it's not like you and me. You wake up maybe at 4:03 to come and prepare for this show. You're actually invoking some of your intellectual, capacity to analyzing things. I think a lot of those folks in government today, all they do is they buy the newspaper and they go to the obituary page and say, okay, who has died where and how is that burial necessary? It's not like you and me. I wake up in the morning, I go to my law firm or I call my staff and ask him, how are we today in the cost list? Yes. So for them, politics is a career, it's a life, it's a business for them. So that's why today they will insult each other. Because, I mean, if you look at, for example, the political insults in the last general election, or even before, between these characters, it's very laughable. And to your question, my brother, there's a degree of dishonesty in our society generally, even for us as a public. When we blame the political class, but we are the ones actually who've given them that power, so there is also a degree of dishonesty on our part. However, when you say you want to be a leader, then you must lead the people the right way.
And Okoh, you bring something that is very critical in terms of leadership. Leaders take the mantle to lead a country. And with that, then, if you look at what is being pushed right now is, fine, Ruto must go and all that. But then again, if you look at the history and where we come from and how the political class has worked together, there is the aspect that is being pushed right now in terms of justice has to be served.
Yeah.
After it's all said and done, Kenyans are demanding that justice is actually upheld. We've talked about the judiciary. And as we move forward, how then are we looking at attaining this justice so that the country can then again gel and move?
I think it was Plato, who once said that one of the consequences of refusing to participate in politics is that you'll be governed by your inferiors. So, even as we blame this government, even as we say Ruto must go, we must also take some degree of blame as a people. I'm an optimist. Change is not easy. It sometimes can be slow, especially when you have a leadership that is so selfish, like the kind of that we have today, that actually lied to the people. But to your question, sometimes I even wonder, when I look at those political rallies and how Kenyans actually gather and chant. to the same people that they are opposed to. I wonder actually who is dishonest.
No, but the conversations has always been they are paid. And Maliko Pesa, we will go get the money, chant, scream, shout, and then go back home.
Yeah. So then that confirms to you that we don't actually have a leadership in this country, because if you are paying people to come and sing praises to you, and I think also I think the political leadership in Kenya has ensured that we have got a very deplorable society that is so vulnerable that you take advantage of them, because even the money that they are giving, Kenyans are not questioning where is this money coming from. And you're not relating that money to some of the development projects that we all aspire to, things like water, health, education, and all that. You're not relating them, because watu tunajua mishahara yao. We also know that they have not invented anything. They are not the Mark Zuckerbergs of this world or the Elon Musks that have come up with some, or Steve Jobs have come up with some, inventions, so that we can associate those inventions to their wealth. Some of them, we don't know actually what they do for a living. So I think it's a critical moment for the country, in my view, and I hope that Kenyans can also now begin to actually interrogate themselves.
In interrogating this, 2017, Kuru, you ran for president of Kenya.
Yes.
And at the time, and I know you never liked that term, they were saying you are a third-tier presidential candidate.
No, actually, they called us fringe candidates.
Fringe candidates. That's what they called you.
Yes.
And so at the time, it looked like the political realignments, and we've seen this every election cycle where, for example, what is happening currently, we have a realignment of Rigathi Gachagua, Eugene Wamalwa, Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Fred Matiang'i. There's that alignment.
Same people.
All these people have been part of this same government or other previous governments. Now we have President Ruto on this side, together with the people who are supporting him on that side. Do you think we'll get in this country to a point where it's not going to be this political clout that follows these realignments and the euphoria, as they call it, during an election period, but take a step back and then look at the personalities? And at the time, you are cut out from what you're running against in 2027. Are we going to get to a point where we look at the personalities, the track records, and then based on that, we make our voting decisions?
Like I said earlier, I'm an optimist, and I believe change will come, one day, desirable change. I mean, we have change all the time, but one that we are all comfortable with, I'm sure it will come. I have got a lot of hope in the Gen Z movement, which was actually crushed by the same people actually today who are pretending crocodile tears, don't kill, but they're the ones actually who frustrated the Gen Z movement from last year. But I can see the resilience, I can see the determination in a society. And for me, I hold hope in the sense that if we have to go back even to our own traditional settings and say, okay, it reaches a time in society where the older generation must exit and the younger generation must take over to look after society. This is still very much embedded in our traditional settings, and I do believe in that strongly. I mean, today, if our children are not cleverer than us or better than us, then I think there's something fundamentally wrong. And at some point, we will allow that group of society to actually take the lead as we take back. But I think the sad reality in the context of Kenyan politics is that you have the same people who have actually refused to exit the scene. Same people. And this is why I think the question of us having some sort of introspection as a people is now very timely. Why is it that we are always praising the same people in a country of 60 million Kenyans? People tell me, I could bring back the Punguza Mizigo Constitutional Amendment Bill. I mean, if anybody read that proposal, honestly, critically, it was going to change a lot of things in our country. It was going to take power to the people's very doorsteps, services and all that. But the same people actually who opposed me, who fought that bill so hard, are the same people we are discussing today. And I'm not ashamed to say Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, and all these people now in government actually fought that bill when it was actually pro-Mwananchi. They looked at me and said, Turkana, how can a Turkana promote this? They didn't look at the fact that I'm a lawyer. I probably even have better educational credentials than them. So hopefully Kenyans will reach a stage where they will welcome any good idea. And we should be able to isolate people who are actually opposing the good ideas. And they are here in the political sphere. Because today, if there was any degree of honesty, we know how, for example, Raila and Ruto used to insult each other. It's in the open there. Muganga, mchawi, sijui nini, mwizi, sijui ni conductor. But now, they're together. So who is being fooled here? Because, you know,
that's a good question.
Yeah, who is being fooled here? And you know, it reminds me. I'm sure you probably you've watched movies about the narcos, you know, the drug traffickers and all that, the mafia. You know, the mafia at some point when they control territories and regions. Yeah? So sometimes they will come together and say, listen, in the interest of business, you allow us the right of passage. Will give you a certain percentage. That's exactly what's happening in the Kenyan political leadership. These people have got common interests. And the unfortunate thing is that we are stuck to discussing them. Nobody wants to hear Okoh or the other names. Like, who is that? Does he... you see, one of the questions I kept being asked when I ran for president in 2027 is that, kwani nyo Turkana mko wangapi? Because Kenyans are not looking at ideas. And this is why the question, who is fooling who?
So that's a
because
good question.
For them, they're a gang.
So who's when you say that nobody wants to hear from Okoh, nobody wants to hear from different options, who is nobody? Who is they? It takes us back, and I want to park that just for a minute, and then we can look historically a little bit, that when we see the current state of things and the, rampant dissatisfaction that we see then coming out in the expressions of people, has it been historic? Even if we look in the last 20 years, even if we look at 24 years of one leader, have we heard public opposition to the levels that we are hearing it today in terms of dissatisfaction with governance?
Actually, I think, and that's the hope, because in the past, you never really had such public dissatisfaction so pronounced like it is pronounced today. And I think for me that is where the hope for this country is. And I'm hoping that Kenyans now are becoming wiser and wiser and saying, okay, why the same? Like the way they say that a monkey is just a monkey. Even if you clothe it, give it the best of suits and take it to different forests, still a monkey. So I think it is upon us now as Kenyans, and I think as many voices as possible should already come out. It should not just be about people like us who are interested in politics. Even you guys, you must participate. You must participate. And I think that's where Kenyans go wrong, by saying politics is dirty. But from political decisions, they determine whether today you can pay your rent, you can go to a hospital, you can go to school. Those political decisions actually affect us on day-to-day basis. So when we say that we are not interested in politics, ati siasa tumewachia wana siasa, we are undermining ourselves. Yet we are the same people who now start complaining about these bad leaders.
Another thing that is being pushed for right now is public opposition has never been seen for like it where we're seeing it today. But in that as well is those that have let us down, those that have killed us, those that have stolen from us must pay. Just how important is that moving forward to the leadership that would be coming in the future, to know that you have been donated power, but if you let us down, you will be followed to the core.
So that is it's a very interesting a good thing actually, because now on the table is the whole question of accountability. Whether for political decisions or for the action that you have taken as a police officer, people are saying account. And that's the same thing we also ask of government, because every 5 years we ask a government to account itself. And that's why we go into fresh elections. And that conversation now is even extending to institutions like the judiciary, by the way. That why is it that we only ask two arms of government, the legislature and the executive, to account every 5 years? Even the judicial officers now, you must also account for us for your action. So the whole question of accountability for me, I think is gaining a lot of progress, and I think we must pursue it. And as many voices as possible really must speak about that. And I think that is also how we can actually begin to isolate some of it. There has never been really punishment in this country for political transgressions. And this is why, for me, if I was to move another amendment on the Constitution, I'm actually going to criminalize a violation of the Constitution. Because why is it that we can actually jail a chicken thief, but not somebody who violates our will? as the people. So we must find an amendment to this constitution to criminalize a violation of the constitution or disobedience of a court order. Yeah. And that has never been the case. And I think now that if you read a lot of constitutions now for the last, say, 20 plus years, what they call the new generation constitutions in Africa, power has shifted actually. The bigger question actually is how do we actualize the use of that power that has now moved from the political class to the people. Because most constitutions now talk about sovereign power and authority vesting in the people to exercise it directly or indirectly through the elected representatives. Now, when the elected representatives fail you, then how do you actually actualize the exercise of that power? And I think I think countries like Switzerland, they even go to a referendum, I think almost every year. Yep. To vote
if not more.
If not more. To vote almost anything else. I think in Kenya we should go that route. Once we are dissatisfied with you, you gave us a manifesto, you said you're going to do A, B, C, D, you'll make our lives better, you'll do this, and you have failed. I mean, I don't have to wait. And that's why for me, I'm wondering why the Munyoro crusade keeps on talking about 2027. The action is required now. We have a minister like Murkomen who speaks so carelessly, even as a lawyer, as he claims, and then nothing is happening to him in the people's representatives' chamber. Something ought to happen.
So when you talk about, engaged citizenship, it's not just about bread and butter issues. It goes down to the very core of leadership and governance.
Absolutely.
For people to be involved in the process. It's obvious that until now, a lot of people, we don't realize the depth to which that participation can actually take a people. Do you think that awakening is happening? And what more would Kenyans need to do to actually be involved in its own leadership and governance?
I think it is happening. But again, who are the people who are actually pricking our conscience right now to that awakening? Same people who have been in government for a long time. I think the other conversation, maybe we can have this another time, is that we like what the Gashaguas and the team are doing. Because for all intents and purposes, they are jilted lovers. They were in bed together at some point, and then things didn't go right. Now, but for Kenyans, we love the expose. Let Gachagua tell us as much as possible what went wrong. But now the question Kenyans are also asking, is there no other alternative group? Yeah? Is no any other alternative group that can actually, is believable? Because you see, there is every reason to believe that if you and I had an association and then all of a sudden we fell out and then you start talking badly about me, I mean, I'll have to take it with a pinch of salt. But if there's another group that can actually come forward, I think Kenyans are actually ready for it. Okay. Kenyans are ready for that group.
Do you think we'll go beyond very quickly the tribal politics as we are seeing currently being played? The playbook as we see it is it's us versus them. So you have one side, the president and the people around him saying that Rigathi Gachagua and the other people around him are doing one or two things. The undertones are it's tribal. So the businesses that were targeted are from a certain community. You earlier said when you're coming to the table, you're asked, uko na Waturkana wangapi? Are you seeing as having matured to having conversations beyond tribe in this election?
Not the same people today who are in political leadership. Those guys are stuck in that past. But as I said, I have hope in the Gen Z movement. Because for some of us who are intermarried, I mean, even the schools our children go to, honestly, tribe doesn't feature. I mean, if you look at, for example, even the sleepovers from our own children to, families, the friends we fraternize with, So I think if as many of us as possible can actually join this conversation, because we are many. We are many who do not believe in that tribal mobilization. Today I can tell you, I hardly have Turkana clients. 90-something% of my clients are actually non-Turkana. So if I have to go into that cocoon of tribe, I may not even be able to put food on the table. Right. And I think that is the conversation we really must have going forward. Who are our friends? Yeah. Today, if you count maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of your friends, most likely 4 of them or 3 of them are not from your tribe. True. Guys you fraternize with every day. Guys you socialize with every day. So I think that conversation must also be brought on the table. Because this political class just continue to mislead the country for their own selfish reason. That's why today, Tukanana tomorrow they talk about broad-based government. What is that even in the context of
moving forward?
What is it?
Dr. Kurokot is the party leader of Third Way Alliance, and has been our guest this hour. Some nuggets to go away with today to start to really think and to gear up in that direction. Thank you for being here this morning, sharing that conversation with us. And as you go on to, congratulations again to your daughter.
Thank you very much.
And we keep engaging. Citizen-centered governance is what we push for.
Absolutely.
Let's see how it goes. At a minute past 9.
And as many people as possible really must join this conversation, because we become curious onlookers for the longest time. And this is what has made these people so entitled to be in these positions. So because your non-participation is actually emboldening them. That, this space is ours. Yet this space is all ours together, actually.
So be involved.
Yeah.
And get engaged. Good
Let's
morning.
get dirty.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki is today expected to conclude his tour of Ukambani. Kindiki is scheduled to lead a women empowerment event in Kathiani, Machakos County, before presiding over a similar event in Nguni, Kitui County. Kindiki, who's been urging local leaders to prioritize national progress over divisive politics, has managed to persuade more than 20 prominent leaders to defect from the Wiper Party and join UDA. Among the leaders are Mwingi West MP Charles Nguna, Speakers Ann Kiusia of Machakos, and his Kitui counterpart Kevin Kinengo. The outreach, which precedes a planned visit by President William Ruto, signals the government's concerted effort to solidify support. Machakos Governor Wavinya Ndeti has called for national unity in the wake of Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen's shoot-to-kill pronouncement. Murkomen's remarks came just as what was meant to be a solemn anniversary meant to honor those killed during last year's Gen Z protests turned violent, tragically adding 19 more names to Kenya's growing list of victims of police brutality. Wavinya has urged leaders to refrain from making pronouncements that could worsen police-citizen relations.
Ukiongea kusema kitu, ongea kitu ile ya kusaidia, sio kitu ya kufanya watu wagongane vichwa. Tunaweza kuongea kitu, sasa watu wakiona askari wanaona askari kama ni adui. Na wao raia wakiona raia, askari wakiona raia wanaona raia kama ni nini? Ni adui. But these cops are our brothers and sisters. Isn't it? Wametoka huku kwetu, na hawa vijana wako nje ni ndugu zao na ni dada zao. What should we do as a country to try and forge and listen to these people so that when our people see each other, they don't see each other as enemies?
The National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse has called on the county government of Trans Nzoia to take decisive action to address drug addiction. NACADA representative in the county, Triza Mwangi, has emphasized the need for Governor George Natembea's administration to set up a rehabilitation center for drug addicts.
The recent survey was released in 2022, and it indicates that our region is one of the hard-hit regions with regards to alcoholism especially. We say that addiction is a family disease, so we call upon all of us to collaborate, and even as we invest in prevention, we also need to invest in treatment and rehabilitation, and especially for those who are affected to the point that they need rehabilitation services. In our county, we do not have a single rehabilitation facility, and that is why we are calling on all partners, including the county government, to work with us to see to it that we provide these services, which is a right provided for in our constitution.
Meanwhile, Trans Nzoia County Commissioner George Oyagi says they are making progress in the war on drug abuse.
I want to confirm to you that these rates are effective, in as much as we have not recorded the milestones that we expected. The measures we have put in place, particularly by profiling and knowing who does illicit trade and who sells drugs, are bearing fruit. Bearing in mind that we have Ungao spread all over the county to the grassroots level. We want also to ensure that all officers are committed, nobody is compromised as we do this exercise.
A sprawling budget bill in the U.S. Senate could cut health insurance coverage for nearly 12 million Americans and add $3.3 trillion in debt, according to new estimates. The assessment from the Congressional Budget Office, a non-partisan federal agency, could complicate Republican efforts to pass President Donald Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act in the coming days. The spending plan narrowly cleared a preliminary vote in the Senate late on Saturday after party leaders scrambled to twist hesitant members of their rank and file. One defector, Senator Thorne Tillis of North Carolina, announced he would not seek re-election after voting against the president's signature legislation. Democratic lawmakers have led criticism of the bill. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
Spice FM, Nairobi.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he will not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro. I wonder. Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening with traffic at this hour, getting into the city. Monday morning has been busy in different parts. Let's take a look now and see where we are and what's happening. A little bit of traffic still left on Jogo Road heading out towards Landis. Landis is heavy as you then approach Kamkunji. There is traffic on Langata Road as you get then from Langata Road through towards Uhuru Highway. The Thika Super Highway traffic that is left is now reduced to just Survey heading out towards the Pangani Underpass. There's a little bit of traffic left on Kiambu Road, and we're we're seeing some traffic coming out of Westlands on Wayaki Way heading towards the CBD. James Gishoro traffic as you get over the drifts trying to cross over, not so bad. Reducing from bumper to now getting to moving. So we're keeping an eye on all of this as we get out of traffic hour this morning. Let's talk and keep it moving. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
All right, at 11 minutes past 9 o'clock, we continue with our conversations this morning, even as we look into you having a word with your leadership. It's the 30th of June, and as we continue with some of those conversations today, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and also our audience remains on KTN, tuning across radio and television around the country, and then getting onto your platforms in the region and indeed around the world. Ndu, Dennis, and Dennis with you today, and we don't stop with the conversations that are necessary for us to have and necessary for us to plug into. And then I have to ask you the question of whether you are passionate about Kenya and what happens in the region and what happens in this country. And if you are, so is the I&M Foundation. The I&M Foundation is the social arm of I&M Bank, which is dedicated to making sure that certain investments actually do happen, and for the last 5 years has been giving 2% of its annual profit towards this, which is the largest number in the banking sector, and very, very going ham on in issues now specifically around environmental conservation. And one of the things that they want to do is say, look, there are ways in which you can collaborate and making sure that impact is felt. And they're very big on impact, and are saying, you know what, get onto the website. It's inmbankgroup.com/foundation. Find out how you can collaborate here as well, and find out more information about the work that the I&M Foundation does through and through. Okay, this hour we're having a conversation, and before we do that, Dennis, will you remind us about today's proverb?
Yeah, the proverb today again in Burundi, and the proverb: the child of a snake is a snake.
Don't have to go too much further with that. Child of a snake is snake. I mean, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. You'll get what you get. Giving an opportunity for us to have a word. There's been, very many days of many things having been said and a lot of things having been unsaid. And there's many things that Kenyans are willing a leadership to then actually do or get involved with or get engaged in. And this morning, dear Mr. President, we're going to open the lines from now, but we have words that we would want to speak and certain things that you want to say. So our Dear Mr. President segment kicks off now, and I'm going to remind you right off the bat that our numbers are 0719012600. Here it is, an opportunity for you to speak and say, this is what I want for Kenya. And giving us an opportunity also to just say, the things that have happened, from the things that weigh you down in your spirit. When you think about deaths that occurred, disappearances that happened, things that you hope would go right. And I'm of the conviction that, it doesn't matter who the leader is, that Kenyans actually desire or will deeply for a leadership to do better. Dear Mr. President, Kenyans want you to do better, and Kenyans want those under you to actually do better as well, and to be able to talk to them. Dear Mr. President, will you talk to your people? Will you make it clear that you hear them? Will you make it clear that you see what is happening, that you see them? Dear Mr. President, you asked a question just the other day and you said, but if you want me to go, where do I go? And how seriously do you take that statement that you made? That if your desire truly is to stay and lead a people, that you hear what it is that they're saying. Dear Mr. President, there are parents who are crying today. Dear Mr. President, there's a man who lies in a hospital. For all intents and purposes, when it comes to human life, he's dead. Nothing's going to bring him back. And there are people who are afraid today to walk in front of a police station because they're not sure what's going to happen to them. Dear Mr. President, there are children. I think of a 17-year-old boy who lay in a pool of blood just last week, who died who didn't need to, but he died as a result of a bullet that maybe was not headed in his direction, but it landed in him anyway, and his parents have to grieve his loss. And the future of a young man has been snuffed out. There are people who've lost businesses. There are people whose son died within the walls of a police station at the beginning of this month, and they still don't have answers. Dear Mr. President, Kenyans want you to talk to them. Kenyans want you to hear them. Kenyans want you to see them. Dear Mr. President, there are parents of 60 plus who died at the result of protests last year, for which no answer has been given to them till date. They need an answer. They need to know that you hear them. They need to know that you see them. They need to hear that you will speak to them. Can't brush it under the carpet. It's not yesterday, it's not tomorrow, it's today. Dear Mr. President, there are people under you who have said things that have driven Kenyans into the place of fear. Will you be the one to retract those statements? Will you be the one to bring justice to those who are waiting for it? Will you be the one to do something that will attempt to dry the tears on the faces of those who cry for those who've been lost? Dear Mr. President, there's a young man who's been missing for a week now. He was taken. We don't know where he is. There's a cry, Mr. President. And you need to dry the tears, and you need to hear what Kenyans are saying to you today.
Dear Mr. President, the rule of law and constitutionalism is what guides any nation, any country. We live in a country that has one of the most progressive constitutions in the world, and one would only hope that when it comes to the implementation of the same, where rubber meets the road, that these would be done with utmost sincerity, with respect to what that constitution contains. We talk about the right to life that is guaranteed in the constitution. But when your lieutenants, Mr. President, are the ones giving orders for Kenyans to be shot, and you're silent on it, it speaks a lot, Mr. President, even without you speaking. But even at that, listen to what Kenyans are saying. Kenyans are calling for respect of rule of law, constitutionalism, justice. And with all this, Mr. President, if you just paused for a moment to just sit back and listen to what is being said, Kenyans are pretty much telling you one thing, Mr. President: do these things that you're demanding, implement all these changes that we want, and Kenya will be a better place. They pretty much just want you to succeed. Mr. President, we talk about the education of the country that is in limbo. You know, every other academic year and delayed capitation is there. Mr. President, school fees is going up simply because of education funding model, and this is another bond of contention coming your way. We talk about healthcare. Mr. President, over the weekend I had a discussion and a conversation with a friend of mine who suffered miscarriage. And as we struggled to take her to the hospital, the one question that they asked was not how better they will be or how soon they will feel better, but they hoped that the bill would not be so high that they are unable to pay that. Remember, Mr. President, it is in your government that SHA is there. When will this SHA guarantee, my friend, that when they go to hospital, they would not think about the bill, but they'll start thinking about their healing process, Mr. President? It is the little things, Mr. President, but to us as citizens, they are the things that mean life or death, dear Mr. President.
Well, dear Mr. President, on the day of your inauguration, you were sworn in. You stood there with your wife, First Lady, together with Deputy President, Second Lady. You took a Bible, and upon taking your oath, you swore to uphold the Constitution. And just to remind you, there's a scripture in that same Bible where God says, "Come, let us reason together." Dear Mr. President, a time of sitting down to reason together has come. It's been with us, actually. But it's time to take a step back and say, "Come, let us reason together." Over the weekend, I had a conversation with my mechanic who was fixing my car. He voted for you. And part of his lamentation, and he swore to me and said, Dennis, I will never participate in voting again. He's an elderly man with a family, several kids who depend on him, but his cry is he's greatly disappointed because his emotions were so whipped that he believed that there is hope finally, not just for him, but for his children and his children's children. His vote was not just a piece of paper that was thrown into a ballot box, but his vote was to secure the future of his children. Yet, he said, I will never vote again. And when I asked why, Mr. President, he said, it doesn't matter which way I vote. My vote has never counted anyway in the past. And this time around when I did it, I put all my hopes and trust that it's going to work this time around. And I urged everyone around me to do the same. He is disappointed. He can't put into words the things that he has seen and what's going on around him. Mr. President, people don't come to speak about these things with hostility. Look at the headlines. Every day, every waking moment, I'm sure you have papers on your desk. You have the intelligence with you that tells you the pulse of the country. If you look at today's papers, Mask Hawker Boniface Kariuki is brain dead. That's the family speaking. They can't afford to raise 3.3 million. The bill is accumulating the longer he stays in hospital. 180,000 a day. This is a family that was hawking in town from his father to himself. Father passed down to the son. They can't afford 180,000. They may not need money because money will not bring back their Boniface Kariuki, their son. But empathy, Mr. President. The concern from every Kenyan who walks the same roads that you will use, who sees the same headlines that you see, who hears the same cries that you keep hearing every day, Mr. President. They may not have the same platform that you do, but one voice among millions is still a voice at the end of the day. There is a mother who is keeping a meal so that their children can eat. There is a father who is taking a second job so that they can cover school fees. There is a young person somewhere whose dreams are quietly dying, or they've even died, under the weight of economic despair. All they're asking for is a chance. They're not enemies of the states, Mr. President. They're simply citizens who are hopeful, who are hurting, and they're asking to be heard. The burden of taxation, the daily struggle to afford basic goods, the visible clear gap between the governed and those governing is not just an economic crisis anymore. It is an emotional one. It is a spiritual one. And it's a national wound that needs healing. And it starts with sitting down, let's reason together. If you feel, Mr. President, that time has passed, the next question then will be, who's going to sit on the judgment seat? Because the same Bible again you held, I started with that scripture, I'll end with the scripture. It still says, and this is God speaking, righteousness and justice are the foundation of my throne. The families may not get justice today, but there is a God who sits in heaven who sees all this, and he says justice and righteousness are the foundation of his throne. One day, they will get their justice. Mr. President, take time to listen.
Kenyans are speaking, and we're going to take more of your calls as we get into this session this morning. James is calling in from Rongai, and not to forget, our number is 0719-012-600. Speak to your president this morning. Hello, James. Good morning.
Hey, morning.
How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm great. I'm doing well, yeah?
Fantastic. Speak to your president this morning.
Okay, I just want to talk to youth, Gen Z. Can I go ahead?
We're actually giving you an opportunity to speak to Mr. President today about the issues.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. It is the president, yes, but I partly want to talk about the youth.
Okay, we'll give you a minute to do so.
Okay. I would like to urge the youth to be calm. Because you cannot raid a police station because you are a youth. You go, you steal a gun because you are a youth. Is that picketing? what are we bringing up? What breeds are we bringing up?
Do we know that it's the youth who entered police stations to take anything? Do we know this for sure?
They went there, torched the police station, stole guns. Is that ticketing? Because everything we blame the government. Why can't they wait? 2027 is not far. Everything we blame the government. Everything government. If youth they don't have job, you blame your parents. You don't blame the government. That's the rule of the law. You keep calm.
Government as well be the one to ensure that the environment there is provides an opportunity for this employment to be there.
I know, my friend. But if you want to remove the government, you wait. You have voting card. That's the rule. But you cannot tell the youth to go to the street. They beat policemen. Nobody, if a policeman is beaten, nobody is condemning that.
All right.
So you say, I'm not. I can't even talk to the president. The president is right. I cannot talk about him.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments this morning, James. Asante sana. We'll hear from others this morning. Joel, good morning.
Salama sana ndio habari asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. How are you doing?
Sina ubaya na kuna Mungu nashukuru.
Tell me, what were your words for your president this morning?
Mr. President, listen to the youth. Na youth pia waende wasikize. Wanataka what do they want? Nini wanataka? Because kuna siku rais aliwaita akaambia mkuje mkae chini mniambie what do you want. They refused. Wakaitwa kwa Twitter, they refused. You know? Instead of going to listen to what the president is telling them, they insult the president, they put the president in the coffin. Please, our youth, calm down and listen. Especially, I want every parent to talk to his kid. Penye tumefika, kila mzazi aongeleshe mtoto yake. This is not a demonstration. This is looting. How can you imagine as someone amefungua nini ya kuuza laptops? Laptop yake zote zimechukulia 28 million.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let's hear from others this morning. Hello, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Can I ask you to turn down the volume on your radio or television?
Okay. No, I'm just saying about the conversation which you have.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, I want to talk to my honorable president. Please let him take his time, because even if, let me talk in Kiswahili because I will not be fluent in English.
That's all right.
If you can allow me.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ndio nilikuwa nasema rais wetu sisi tulimchagua kwamba aweze kutumikia kama Wakenya, lakini kulingana na yale yote ambayo alikuwa ametuahidi ni kama tumeyasubiri lakini hayajatimia, and consequences zile ambazo zinaonekana sahihi sio eti ni prem kwa Gen Z. Ni vile vitu ambao rais alikuwa ameahidi ambao vimeshindikana kuvitimisha, ndio maana wanamkumbusha. Lakini ikiwa na inaonekana ya kwamba, unajua we are not blind, tunaona na tunaangalia, tunaona nini kama pale Nairobi uliona gundi wanatumika kukuja kupiga waandamanaji ambao wako huru, wako na bendera na vitu ambao sijui Wakenya wengine tuko wapi wakati ambao tunaangalia wenzetu wanakufa, kwa sababu maaskari wako na ukweli, wako na gani ambao zinawaprotect.
Okay.
Sisi hatuna. Haki yetu ni kwamba that is the only way tutaweza kuongea na rais wetu aweze kutusikiza, kwa sababu wale ambao wanastahili kufikisha information yetu kwa rais ni kama wanaenda wanamdanganya wafikisi information ya wananchi vizuri. But we know hawa wananchi tuko na uwezo. Serikali yes ni yetu sisi sote, lakini kuna mahali inafika tunaona kama serikali si yetu sisi sote. Hii janso ambao tulikuwa tunakimbia kwa street ilikuwa about the bad governance. ambao tumesubiri kutoka kwa serikali ambao itatimia mpaka saa hii.
Asante sana.
Gen Z ambao wamekufa, tulikuwa tunalilia haki yao. Mimi kama one tribe, kuna tribe mwingine amekufa mahali, lakini unaona wasasi wake wanalia kutoka mahali, unasikia huruma.
Asante sana.
Kama msasi.
Of course, hiyo tunaelewa. Thank you so much. Asante kutoa maoni yako leo asubuhi. Let's hear from some others this morning. As you call in. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from, please.
My name is Boniface.
Yes. Where are you calling from this morning?
I'm calling from Molo. This is in Nakuru County.
All right. Talk to your president this morning.
This is what I'm saying. Now that we have the housing levy being utilized to do markets, to do students' hostels, police stations, this is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Let them also utilize the same amount of money to repair some prison and refurbish some prisons, because they might find themselves being tenants in prisons very soon. The people in government, our members of parliament, and the persons who are calling the shots right now. Let them make sure that they find hospitable prisons, because we are going to set them there very soon, we as the people of Kenya, because we cannot have people killing our citizens without any shade of whatever. You know, it's just the rule of law has been thrown out of the window. And these Gen Zs you are seeing around, they will send these people to prison. And it's coming very soon. So let them spare some housing levy to refurbish some prisons, because there will be tenants there very soon.
Thank you for your comments. Asante sana. Thank you for hearing. Have a good day in Molo today, for sure. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
I'm Joanne. I'm calling from Nakuru.
Yes, Joanne. Tell us, speak to your president this morning.
This morning, first of all, I want to tell Mr. President that I am a Gen Z teacher, and that we as Gen Zs, we are very sad that we lost one of us. And another reason why people are demonstrating is that we want our rights to be heard. And if you see the budget, especially the one for 2025, the allocation of funds to the schools and the allocation of funds to State House is very different. For example, if you look at the budget, I was seeing somebody analyzing it, 1 million every day to State House, but only 300 per year to a child. So that is very unfortunate, and may he listen to the pleas of all Kenyans from all kinds of walks, and that they should come down to our level and listen to us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your thoughts this morning, Asante Sana. We'll hear from some more of you. Not to forget, the number is 0719012600. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, my name is Martin from Morero.
Yes, Martin. Can you speak up just a little bit?
Hello, my name is Martin from Morero.
Yes.
I would like to say, people are not on the streets because they are mad. People are coming on the streets because they have one goal, and the goal is that they want a better life from this Kenya. So you can't say that people from different professions, you have doctors, you have journalists, you have videographers, you have everyone, lawyers, they're all coming together for one goal, but then it's as if you have put yourself in a cocoon, and I'm talking to the president right now, you put yourself in a cocoon where you just want to hear yes. You want to hear the next person to tell you yes, you want everybody to just tell you yes, but you don't want to listen to what you've been asked to do by those people who have hired you. And just as your earlier guest had said, you have any domestic worker in your place and they steal from you, you will not keep them there. You will raise a complaint. So I do not understand why the government is so against people raising complaints for a contract that they accepted with the people as the employer and them as the employee. And we should not only look at, oh, maybe some businesses were lost. Okay, businesses were lost, but it's not the protesters who broke into the businesses. You already know that the goons were sent by the same government to vilify those protests. So you can't really always just look at the economic value, but then the people who are supposed to help in that economy to grow, their needs are not being met, and they're not feeling safe.
I hear you.
Yeah, and you don't go ahead and vilify those who speak out, because that speaking out is also helping those police officers. It's helping those government officials in future. And I feel like what the protests are setting a precedent to do is that in this republic, if anything goes wrong, you can speak out and you'll be safe to speak out. But then what the government is doing is you can speak out, but after you speak out, we might come and ask you, why did you say that? And that's a very dangerous path to go on. And I feel like even as we are going to think about where we are going forward in forms of constitutionalism and maybe rectifying the nation, we need to also uphold this right of expression to the point where that you can be safe to speak. You can be safe to go out on the street. Even if you're one person, you can be safe to go out on the street and say, I did not like what happened in this bill.
Indeed.
And you will be safe to go home also. You understand?
Absolutely. I'd like to get some views from more people this morning. We want to thank you very much for sharing yours this morning as well. Let's hear for a few more before we take a quick break. Hello, good morning.
Hello. Morning.
Morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from, please.
My name is Elizabeth.
Yes.
And I'm calling from Namanga.
Yes, Elizabeth. Speak to your president this morning.
Two wrongs can never make right, Mr. President. And you stood on the platform of being a Christian. The work of a Christian is living the true character of God. And I think the true character of God is defined somewhere in Psalms 95, where he says he fights and defends those who are weak, those who are not strong, the fatherless, the widows, and those that are the mashinani people. And unfortunately or fortunately for you, Mr. President, you said you are for Mama Mboga, for the piki-piki, the boda-boda person. Those people in the order of rank are the lowest. And those are the people who supported you 100%. Well, you sit on that seat of power, which I still believe you have not even sat on it, because the day you will sit on it, then we shall see the true power of God, how it manifests. Go back to the drawing board. Figure out where you went wrong. I think you're a Christian and I'm still stand with that. Jeremiah 16:6. Go back to the crossroads and figure out where you went wrong. Forget about what people will say. Forget about those who gave you backup. There reaches a time when you say enough is enough. You salvage your name. You salvage your legacy. You salvage that which people had hope in you from the very beginning. These children who are on the streets are in the streets because of the ballot that was cast by their parents who had so much hope and so much belief in you. They saw a man who was vibrant, a man who had a future in him, a man who stood and showed a character of selflessness and confidence that I will sit with my 2 feet on the ground. And as a man, you are supposed to have shown that character. Today, we are seeing a situation where the power of the young, which is the future, and the power of the old, which was meant to have created a foundation that was generational or continuous, fighting in the streets. Instead of stopping to look at where to make a pleas to do the checks and balances, all you do is use force, because you have with you all the machineries and the power to come back to us because we are defenseless. I speak as a Kenyan who is very patriotic. From 10 years, I have observed this country. Men of justice and truthfulness standing up to speak for the majority who had no power. Yet you today, you are repeating the same mistake which you stood for and against many years back. Mr. President, where did you go wrong? Did you lie to us when you stood and said, I will go with the Mashinani people? Did you stand and speak that which was not true when you said, I will be with Mama Mboga and the Boda Boda guys and those who have been pushing the economy of this country with 50 cents and 1 shilling? We may not be people of 1,000 notes. We are people of 1 shilling 50 cents and maybe the lowest denomination of 5 shillings. Go back. You are a father. Other than just being a president, you are a father. Look at those men who are crying because of their seeds that are being killed every single day. One thing I know, words that are spoken are seeds that are planted. Today, you are planting seeds for a generation which was to come 20 years after you. What seeds have we planted? What is this that we are doing with the Kenyans of today, who are now the young people? We are hoping that whatever foundations we did today, it will still grow in the future.
Elizabeth, thank you very much. Thank you very much for those words. Definitely landing. Let's hear from some more folks this morning. Good morning. How are you? Hello, you've been holding for a minute. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from, please.
My name is Eugene.
Yes, Eugene.
Hello?
Yes, Eugene. Where are you calling us from this morning?
I'm calling in from Kakamega.
Yes. Speak to your president this morning, Eugene.
Thank you very much. Let me just talk to the president. That last year, 2024, people went on the street and they came up with austerity measures. One of the austerity measures was that no public officers will participate in what we call harambe. But we have seen now some politicians dishing out millions of money in what we call that something called empowerment fund. We know that businesses in Kenya are closing down. It cannot be that only the businesses owned by politicians are making profit when other businesses are closing down. So when Kenyans are asking, where are these politicians getting this money, they're simply asking the president they are simply asking for accountability. So, Mr. President, please, when you say something, mean what you say. Because people allied to you are doing directly opposite to what you said. Number two, we have seen matters to do with health. Let me congratulate Honorable Ndwale. He's doing better right now. So let Mr. President ask other ministers close to him to behave like Ndwale, because now to some extent I can agree that SHA is now working. But when you go to some hospital right now, they will tell you, private hospital, they will tell you SHA is only paying for consultation. So what you have seen, Ndwale is trying to his level best to make sure that Kenyans can access good health. So what we don't want to see, Mr. President, is opulence from people around you. Kindly ask them to work for Kenyans and let them account, because we know what they earn sometimes, and when they go around the country dishing millions of money, we wonder where do they get those money. Thank you very much.
Asante Sana, Eugene calling in from Kakamega. We'll take one more call and we'll take a quick break and continue with this. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling in from, please.
Stephen Nyaga.
Yes, Stephen, just speak up just a little bit so we can hear you. Tell us where you're calling in from.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Nyaga calling from Bakassi.
Yes, talk to your president, please.
Yeah, I'll be a bit more very brief.
Yes.
But precise. I think the president, I think he has lost trust. You have really lost trust in him. And I think whatever we expected from you, the president, we do not expect what we are getting now. One thing, we elected you as a very humble person, God-fearing, somebody who we thought is a very trustworthy. But I think what we are seeing now is really opposite of what we thought of. You need first to stop advising your advisor. your advisors. Because always, as we were told by Babu Owino, when you a bright president is advised by full advisors, you become a full president. So you need to be listening to the people who advise you, and then weigh and get the whatever is right, you do the right thing. Secondly, you need to retract na mambo ya kuwa na kiburi. Mungu anapendaga mtu mwenye anasikiza watu, mtu mcha Mungu. Juu hakuna venye unaweza kuwa kila wakati nikikukompea na our former president Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa anakuja pale kwa screen, kila mtu anataka kumsikiza. Unapata akiongea hata kama amekukwaza, because he used to tell us, dear Kenyans, mpaka unasikia wenyewe hata wewe unavutiwa na whatever speech he is making. For you unakuja pale kuna kiburi, ni kama hutaki kusikiza mtu. Unapata mpaka watu wenye wamekuzunguka wakuwe na kiburi mingi.
Let's take up some more calls this morning. Definitely, I mean, the message is clear. Thank you so much. Stephen, we'll take in some more calls. Sawa, thank you very much for your comments this morning. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and then we'll be back to hear a few more of your comments. Not to forget that call is 0719-012-600. Talk to your president this morning. Dear Mr. President, on the Situation Room at 13 minutes to 10 o'clock. We'll take in some more calls when we come back from this quick break. Necessary for you to speak and do it now this morning. We'll be back shortly after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This is not an announcement, it's a pact.
To plant trees and protect our environment.
To drive mentorship and education.
To grow businesses with funding and training.
To share with our communities.
Since 2020, we've honored this pact.
As we mark 5 years, we renew it because all impact begins with a pact. I&M Foundation, celebrating 5 years of impact, powered by I&M Bank.
Oh, great! This June, the biggest Club World Cup ever held is here. The 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Recharge your subscription on your current bouquet for 2 months and get upgraded free to the next higher bouquet for 60 days. A competition across the continent. 30 action-packed days of top-notch football from 32 best club teams from around the world. Recharge your subscription today to never miss a moment of a competition like never before. On the move, download StarTimes on and watch every goal, every moment, anytime, anywhere. StarTimes Sports, beyond passion. StarTimes, enjoy digital life. Provides the inspiration for Leipzig.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 16. It's 16 and sunny in Nakuru and sunny at 16 in Nyeri. Eldoret is sunny at 16, while Mombasa is sunny at 25 and cloudy conditions at 26 in Malindi. Kisumu is 23 and sunny, while Kakamega is partly sunny at 20. It's 21 and cloudy into Kampala and sunny at 25 in Dar es Salaam. 8 degrees and sunny into Johannesburg, and Mogadishu is sunny at 27 with Addis Ababa sunny at 18. 26 and cloudy into Lagos, while it's sunny at 22 in Kinshasa. We're looking into a sunny Beijing at 30 Monday afternoon, sunny at 24 in Paris, and the summer is knocking in to London as well at 22. It's clear at 24 in the Big Apple, highs of 30.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
It has been a busy morning with traffic this Monday, and looking at towards the end of it. On the Thika Superhighway, traffic is heavy through towards Muranga Road as you get onto that Globe Cinema roundabout, getting into the city via way of Kirinyaga Road, or you're going to find another route to get into Tomboya or onto Moy Avenue. So it's busy. Folks are also finding their way off through towards University Way. So we're looking at that as some extra traffic. Jogo Road is busy as you get towards Landis, which, by the way, is bumper to bumper through towards Haile Selassie. And as you touch on Haile Selassie, that's busy. Langata Road looks good, as it does on Gong Road this morning, getting into the city. Mombasa Road will do you okay as you get towards the CBD as well. We're out of traffic hour. Talk to us through the morning. Spice FM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
O'clock. We keep taking your calls. Dear Mr. President, Kenyans have a word for you to listen, to hear them. And your calls, we're taking them for the last few minutes of the Situation Room this Monday, 0719-012-600. And at this point, we're going to hear from Kerry, who is in Kileleshwa. Kerry, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to you all.
Hope you're doing well. Please speak to your president.
Yes, I'm very happy. This is the best program I've had this morning, and I want to pick up from where Elizabeth left, and just tell Mr. William Ruto that you owe Kenyans a lot. And as Elizabeth said and quoted the Bible, that it's up to you to do a self-audit and find out where you came from. This country gave you a tremendous mandate. You didn't need anyone, any coalition or anything to govern this country correctly. You had the most governors, most MCAs, most MPs, and you have become a case study of how not to govern a country. After this, Kenyans gave you an overwhelming mandate. In fact, what most people don't capture is that he broke a record of sorts in multi-party democracy in Kenya, being the first to have such a wide mandate in a country that has been ethically divided. In one point or the other, his election breached the tribal affiliations that we've always had in the past. The people united and were very faithful to his presidency. And now he's kicked Kenyans right in their teeth. And the governance is not what they expected. I don't want to water down what you had said with your colleague in your address to him. But does he ever listen? That is why I'm even failing to say, dear Mr. President. I'm saying, dear Mr. William Ruto. Maybe if we say William Ruto, you will go and find where William Ruto is, find his promises, his campaign, his journey, where he has come from, and maybe with that, you may be able to start doing a self-audit and acting to Kenyans as they expected you to do during the campaign. Thank you very much for the program.
Kerry, thank you so much for your comments this morning. Asante Sana, always good to have you plugged in. And let's hear a few more of your calls as they come in. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please tell us your name and where you're calling in from.
Oh, my name is Aaron from Nairobi.
Yes, Aaron, talk to your president this morning.
I have a message to Mr. President, even though he's not in the country at the moment. Now, first things first, this entire month of June, have we ever had like a normal week? Like there's always something happening. Tomorrow someone has been abducted, and then there are now hashtags in Twitter, free who, free this one. Then last week, but free Ojuan, rest in peace to him. And then last week, but one, I think that was when Boniface was shot. And then last week there were protests, which of course we know what happened. And then there are now these recent statements from our leaders. For example, C.S. Murkomen. That statement he had, I don't need to repeat it again. Then waking up this morning, there's this former Owino or something. I think that's his name. Goodness, when will it all end? Like, everywhere I turn, SHA is not working, the vehicles have been imposed, new taxes, Goodness, Mr. President, please. Okay, probably our voices may not reach you, but I hope God will speak to you through us.
They'll reach.
Or maybe, I really hope they'll reach, but it's reached a point where, Mr. President, it seems like you've lost, quote unquote, lost control of this country. Because now I would like to put it into context. Like, let's say we are in a gaseous room and it's filling in with flammable gas and there's no outlet. And all that's required is just a single spark. And that spark may come from the people working under you, or God knows where it's going to come from. Because this entire month of June has been nothing but negative issues about this government, and who knows what July has in store for us. So, Mr. President, please take back control of this country. Please listen to us, tafadhali. Or if you don't take control, the citizens will.
Thank you for your comments this morning, Aaron. They'll find their way home. Asante sana. Yeah. Let's hear from Benson, who's tuned in from Vihiga. Benson, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm happy to be with part of your team.
Asante sana. Speak to the president this morning.
Yeah. The truth of the matter is that the president has lost direction. If you look at what is happening in the country, it is so sad that people are dying and the president is just mum. He's not even listening to the cries of the people. And these are the people he swore to lead. And he used the Bible. The president, Mr. President, remember, you came to leadership through the church. You talked to the church. You talked to every one of us. And we got convinced. We got convinced that you are going to lead us in the right direction. Mr. President, you talked about bottom-up, which really many people thought that you meant what you said, that people who are down will come up. The narrative has completely changed. And, Mr. President, we urge you not to be instructing your good officers. You like using the word, my good people. We are also asking you as our president, our good president, don't lock up stations. Don't put them off. Because this is our only source of information. And Mr. President, I heard you loud and clear on national television. You are addressing people and you said with your own mouth and you are using your own words that you would wish to go back and do farming. Mr. President, if you know that this country has defeated you to govern, why can't you just do an honorable thing? These Kenyans are good people. Just tender your resignation, then let us go for elections instead of people suffering and young people dying. Mr. President, when young people die, surely, even before God, who created you and created all these people, what do you think, even where you are seated, Mr. President, this blood, it might haunt you and your family, which is not right. You are a man of God. You have talked about God several times. So my word to you, as Andai Omwakwe from Bunyore, I'm saying, Mr. President, kindly calm down. Calm down, bring our nation together. And for this man, for Raila Molodinga, whom you are working with, read Raila's signs. Look at what he is saying. This is a man who will change tomorrow, and Mr. President, you will be left alone. Believe me, you can take this to the bank.
Asante Sana Benson tuned in from Vihiga this morning, and we see so many of you wanting to call and have a word with your president this morning. Well, what we can promise you is that we'll have an opportunity to do that again in the coming days. So I know it's disappointing, but time doesn't allow us to go beyond this. But we make a promise to you that we will have more of this discourse. You have an opportunity to talk to your president, so we'll do that. If you failed on the line, I just give you my apologies. That time just stops us from doing that, but we know that there are words to speak, and we'll continue having these conversations. Thank you for starting off the week in the Situation Room and ending the month with us. We'll continue with these conversations. It's important that we do. Have yourselves a good Monday. We'll talk again tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.